Chapter 50-53. It's not a waste. I have plenty of these things. Lin Yi said as he took out a bunch of medicinal pills out of thin air. There were grade 4 recover pill, foundation building pill, foundation breaking pill and so on. All of them were medicinal pills that could be used at Lang Lang's level. These were the stocks he had left behind when he was refining pills in the past. It was rare for them to come in handy this time. Ah. Lang Lang was dumbfounded on the spot. She stared blankly at Lin Yi and did not know what to say. Every single one of these medicinal pills was not an ordinary item. They were treasures that people would fight over in the ancient underworld. She had never even seen some of them before. Lang Lang could not help but feel puzzled again. What was Lin Yi's background? How could these precious medicinal pills be like free jelly beans in his hands? How could he take out a bunch of them just like that? While Lang Lang was shocked, Lin Yi channeled his vital energy into her body to resolve the medicinal effect before his primordial spirit completely collapsed. At the same time, he consumed a grade 5 recover pill and a grade 4 recover pill. He was afraid that Lang Lang could not hold on. He could only resolve the medicinal effect as much as possible so that he could rest easy. Feeling the warm vital energy from Lin Yi's hand, Lang Lang was touched. At the same time, she was very worried. Lin Yi was obviously overdrafting the last of his vitality by doing this. She wanted to stop Lin Yi but she dared not. She was afraid that once she interrupted Lin Yi, the consequences would be worse. The only thing Lang Lang could do at this moment was to cry silently. She wanted to turn around and hug Lin Yi. Even if she did not do anything, she wanted to stay like this until the end of time. Finally, Lin Yi retracted his vital energy. Lang Lang could clearly feel that Lin Yi had become weaker because Lin Yi's hand on her back was almost insignificant. She could not imagine what this meant. Lin Yi. Lang Lang turned around abruptly and wanted to hug Lin Yi. However, she realized that Lin Yi was no longer behind her. Instead, a voice was heard from outside the window. I'm leaving. You should leave too. We'll meet again soon. At this moment, Lin Yi was already in a semi-primordial spirit state and could almost float in the air. A light breeze could blow him far away. Lang Lang hastily pounced to the window, desperately trying to look for Lin Yi. However, she could not see anything. She could only shout, I can only stay here for a year. My house is in Shenangjia. There's a small entrance to the ancient martial world. You must look for me there. I'll wait for you. Lin Yi didn't reply. When he heard this, he couldn't help but ponder. What kind of place was the primordial minor pugilistic world? However, on second thought, since the secular world had an ancient plane, it wasn't strange for there to be an even more ancient plane. It was just that this place was definitely isolated from the outside world. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't affect the secular world. If it wasn't for the current situation, Lin Yi would definitely stay and ask Lang Lang about it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time. What he needed to do now was to quickly disperse his primordial spirit and return to the heavenly stage island. Then, he would cultivate and project again as soon as possible. It wouldn't be too late to understand all these by then. There was no reply from Lin Yi, but Lang Lang didn't give up. She suddenly thought of something and shouted, Wait! I have something good for you too. After waiting for a moment, Lin Yi still didn't appear. Lang Lang had no choice but to say, I know you haven't left yet. I'll leave the thing here. Come and get it yourself. Upon saying that, she carefully took out a small box from her inner shirt and placed it on the table. She pondered for a moment and said, I don't know if this thing is useful to you. However, Sun Baimei tried so hard to get this from me. He specializes in cultivating his deific consciousness. I think it should be useful to the primordial spirit. To Sun Baimei, other than the ready-made and powerful primordial spirit of Lin Yi, the thing he wanted the most was the thing in Lang Lang's hand. To a certain extent, the value of this thing was even more precious than the ready-made primordial spirit of Lin Yi. However, this was a long-term consideration. If it was based on Sun Baimei's current level, the effect of Lin Yi's powerful primordial spirit would be more obvious. After all, he could directly break through to the gold core realm after devouring Lin Yi. However, the thing in Lang Lang's hand didn't have such an effect. There was still no sound of Lin Yi's voice. However, Lang Lang was very sure that Lin Yi had not left yet. She continued to explain, "This thing was specially given to me by my master before we departed. He asked me to use it to consolidate my deific consciousness when I was in the secular world, in preparation for breaking through to the gold core realm in the future. This thing is very rare. My master has only one piece of it for many generations. It was only because I was one of the disciples who had the highest chance of breaking through to the gold core realm that he passed it down to me." Lang Lang knew that she had violated the rules of her master's sect. Although this thing was passed down to her, it was still a treasure of her master's sect. She had no right to give it away without the permission of her master. However, she couldn't care less about this now. For Lin Yi, she could give up everything, let alone this one treasure. After saying all these, Lang Lang waited for a moment, hoping to hear Lin Yi's voice. Unfortunately, Lin Yi still didn't show up. She knew that if she didn't leave, perhaps Lin Yi would never show up. "I'm leaving. You must come and find me," Lang Lang cried out bitterly. She took a glance at the empty house before she left while clenching her teeth in tears. Lang Lang did not guess wrongly. Lin Yi did not leave just like that. Although his priority now was to dispel his primordial spirit and return to the Heaventir Island, he could only be at ease after he saw Lang Lang leaving this place safely. In fact, he was observing Lang Lang's every move in the room next door. It was just that Lang Lang herself was unaware of it. After Lang Lang left, Lin Yi walked back with weak footsteps. He saw the box on the table at first glance. Somehow, he was suddenly energized. He felt as if this thing was summoning him. There was always a great attraction in the unseen world. Could this be some kind of evil thing? Lin Yi was shocked. With his current precarious state, he couldn't bear any torment. However, this thought was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. If this thing was really harmful, why would Master Lang Lang pass it down to her? After all, there was no reason for Master Lang Lang to harm her disciple who had the most potential, right? Anyway, he could dispel his primordial spirit immediately if anything happened. Lin Yi carefully stepped forward and opened the box. There was a piece of blackish-purple thing inside. At first glance, it looked like a piece of coal. It didn't look special at all. However, when he got a little closer, he was suddenly shocked. There was actually an endless amount of divine sense energy inside. Chapter 50-54. If the ghost was not unconscious, it would definitely exclaim in surprise when it saw this item. This was the legendary starring charcoal. Even the Heaven Stage Island might not have it, but it actually appeared in the secular world. It was unbelievable. This was a peerless treasure used to consolidate one's divine sense, and it was an excellent auxiliary item used to break through to the giant realm. Only by obtaining this item could one have the chance to break through to the perfect giant realm. However, such a high-level treasure actually appeared in the secular world, and it was actually given to a mere Foundation Establishment stage master to consolidate his divine sense and break through to the golden core. If the ghost knew about this, it would definitely laugh its head off. Let alone a mere Foundation Establishment pill, even a nascent soul stage master's divine sense was not up to standard. Why would there be a need for the starring charcoal? It was like a primary school student who hadn't even fully mastered the 4 basic arithmetic operations was suddenly given an advanced mathematics textbook and told that he could improve his grades if he did the questions on it. This was more than just bullshit, it was practically harming others. Once a primary school student really opened this advanced mathematics textbook, there would normally only be two results. Either the most basic four principles of calculation would be affected, or they would simply be frightened by the difficult advanced mathematics textbook, and their entire person would become unwell. However, sometimes there would also be a third type of person who could still maintain their original heart after seeing the vastness and profoundness of advanced mathematics. Not only would they not be frightened, but they would also become more motivated, and thus learn better and faster than others. However, this type of person was very rare after all, because they were the geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people. In terms of divine sense, a foundation establishment stage master like Leng Leng was a primary school student, while Lin Yi, a profound ascension stage master with an abnormally powerful divine sense, was at least a high school student. It was not too early nor too late to obtain the starring charcoal. It could be said to be the perfect timing. Especially now that his primordial spirit was heavily injured, he needed to quickly replenish the divine sense energy. Only then could his primordial spirit be stabilized again. This starring charcoal could be said to be a timely help. With the divine sense energy it contained, it was definitely more than enough to supply Lin Yi. Lin Yi was instantly overjoyed, and he immediately sat down cross-legged without the slightest hesitation before starting to absorb the divine sense energy within the starring charcoal. If everything went smoothly, then he didn't even have to disperse his soul core and return to Heaven Stage Island, and he could directly recover here. This kind of thing couldn't be done and dared not be done by a foundation establishment expert. Not to mention Leng Leng, even Sun Baimei, who specialized in cultivating his primordial spirit, didn't dare to do it. Otherwise, this huge amount of divine sense would instantly destroy his primordial spirit. Even if he didn't die, he would become a fool. But Lin Yi didn't care. As long as he maintained his original heart and didn't be greedy, he could completely refine this divine sense energy into a part of his soul. Of course, this process was easy to say, but it was actually very difficult and complicated to do. If it was possible, Lin Yi would definitely find a safer and more secluded place. But he couldn't care about anything now. Maybe he would collapse in advance before he found a place, so he could only stay in the room and take the risk. Originally, his primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. It was unknown how long Lin Yi had been sitting there. It wasn't until he faintly felt a few auras that he was afraid of entering the small district that Lin Yi opened his eyes abruptly, and they shone brightly. Originally, his primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse, but at this moment, his primordial spirit had unknowingly become solid and thick again. Not only that, his whole body was emitting a threatening aura, and it had become even stronger than before. It's really a rare good thing in this world. This feeling is really not bad. Lin Yi put away the starring charcoal and exercised his fists and legs in a refreshed manner. He didn't care about the powerful auras that were constantly approaching him, and continued to wait in the room. Through his divine sense, Lin Yi could clearly sense that there were 3 people approaching. As expected, they were Sun Baimei and Fei Yongxing. As for the other person, he was a cold-looking middle-aged man. The aura that he exuded was faintly similar to Sun Baimei's, and it gave Lin Yi the feeling that they should be the same kind of people. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people arrived at the small district. Sun Baimei and Fei Yongxing's injuries seemed to have mostly recovered. As for the middle-aged man they found, his aura was slightly stronger than Sun Baimei's. He was an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Senior Brother Ian, I'm really sorry for asking you to come all the way here. However, I'm really in trouble, and I have no choice but to ask for your help, Sun Baimei said as he walked. Originally, with his and Fei Yongxing's strength, a late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and a middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, it should be more than enough to deal with Lin Yi and Leng Leng. However, they suffered a great loss last time, and even almost lost their lives. Until today, they still had lingering fears when they thought about it. To them, Lin Yi and Leng Leng were simply suicidal lunatics. It was difficult for them to deal with these 2 people alone, and it was wishful thinking for them to escape unscathed. Especially when Sun Bai Mei had lost the blood civet that he was so proud of, he had lost the most powerful method to restrain primordial spirit's spiritual items. Therefore, he was even more uncertain about facing Lin Yi. Therefore, after much consideration, he finally invited senior brother Yin. Although it was inevitable that senior brother Yin would get a share of the loot, he would at most share the primordial spirit of Lin Yi with him. As for the treasure that Leng Leng had, as long as Sun Bai Mei did not mention it, how would senior brother Yin know? You said in the letter that you encountered a powerful primordial spirit, and this primordial spirit could materialize, and its strength was comparable to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Senior brother Yin asked seriously, with an indescribable excitement in his eyes. He and Sun Bai Mei were from the same sect, and the cultivation method they practiced was the same. Spiritual items like primordial spirits were of great use to Sun Bai Mei, and naturally, it was the same for him. Otherwise, why would he come all the way here? One should know that there was a competitive relationship between the two of them, both openly and secretly. They were not as close and harmonious as they seemed on the surface. That's right, and this guy is in cahoots with Leng Leng. Previously, it was the two of them who joined forces to ambush me and Brother Fei. Both of us were seriously injured, and we almost fell into their trap. Sun Bai Mei complained bitterly. Leng Leng, the legendary woman with the highest potential to break through to the Golden Core stage. Senior brother Yin was stunned. He pinched his chin and asked, I heard that she's a rare beauty. Why would she be in cahoots with a primordial spirit? Besides, why would they ambush you for no reason? Chapter 50-55. There's such a thing. Senior brother Yin was shocked. None of the primordial spirits that had the ability to take over someone's body were easy to deal with. No wonder Bai Mei and Fei Yangxing were at a disadvantage. However, if that was the case, it proved that this primordial spirit was extremely powerful. If they could devour it, the benefits would be undeniable. It's absolutely true, so senior brother Yin, you have to help us. Bai Mei and Fei Yangxing acted as if they had been greatly wronged. Don't worry. With me here, what can a mere primordial spirit at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm do? Senior brother Yin sneered. Spiritual beings like primordial spirits had always been hunted down by him. In front of him, primordial spirits were just food for others to devour. What could they do? Lin Yi, who'd been watching everything from his room upstairs, couldn't help but curl his lips at the words. This Sun Bai Mei really knew how to bullshit. Ren Zhongyuan and the others he'd met before were all the same. Could it be that all villains were lying through their teeth like this? Was sowing discord their natural talent? After a while, Bai Mei and the other two arrived at the door. Without hesitation, they kicked the door open and saw Lin Yi lying lazily on the sofa. Yo, you're here. Lin Yi didn't even look at the three of them. He was watching the entertainment program on the TV. Speaking of which, he hadn't watched TV for more than 3 years. Now that he thought about it, it felt quite familiar. You didn't leave. Bai Mei was taken aback. He'd gotten In Shixiang's help this time, but he didn't have much hope of finding the two. After all, they'd been heavily injured last time, and if it were him, he'd run away a long time ago to find a safer place to hide. Why would he stay here and wait for death? He didn't expect this primordial spirit to really not leave. He was really stupid. Did he think that he could sit back and relax after making him suffer last time? Leave? Why should I leave? Lin Yi's eyes were still fixed on the TV. Without turning his head, he said, You can't be thinking that I'll be scared away by 2 losers, right? Stop fooling around. I still want to watch TV. You talk big. You're indeed an impressive primordial spirit. I was right to come this time. Senior apprentice brother Yin's face revealed a fanatical expression. He was the same as Bai Mei Sunday. He was extremely greedy for any primordial spirit and had absolute confidence in himself. What about Leng Leng? He's not hiding, is he? Bai Mei's son searched around a few rooms, but he couldn't find any trace of Leng Leng. He was anxious. He was determined to obtain Ling Yi's primordial spirit, but he also had to obtain Leng Leng's treasure. After all, in the long run, the treasure's value was above this primordial spirit. Oh, she returned to the primordial minor pugilistic world. Lin Yi's tone was indifferent. What? That's impossible. The primordial passageway will only close after a year. Only a month has passed. How could she have returned so soon? Sun Bai Mei was startled. If he wanted to snatch that treasure from Leng Leng, this period of time in the secular world was his only chance. Once he returned to the ancient underworld, his chances would be slim. Especially if Leng Leng's sect knew about this, he might not even be able to protect himself. Primordial passageway. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He said what he said just now to test Leng Leng. He didn't expect it to be effective. However, what was the existence of the ancient underworld and the primordial passageway? Junior apprentice brother's son, it doesn't matter if Leng Leng escaped. Anyway, it doesn't matter. At most, we can go back and inform her sect to punish her. There's no need to be so calculative, right? Senior apprentice brother Ian interrupted. He didn't know about the treasure on Leng Leng, so naturally, it didn't matter to him. His target was the powerful materialized primordial spirit in front of him. This. Bai Mei's son and Fei Yongxing looked at each other. Since they had already lied, they didn't dare to change their words. They could only look at each other helplessly and nodded. It was better to deal with this primordial spirit first. As for Leng Leng, they could only think of a way later. Since senior apprentice brother Ian has said so, let's deal with this primordial spirit first. However, this guy can control alchemy fire. Last time, he burned my blood spiritual cat completely. Senior apprentice brother Ian, you must not be careless. Bai Mei's son reminded. This time, with the strength of the three of them to deal with a mere Lin Yi, the possibility of them failing was minimal. However, they had to be careful. Alchemy fire. A primordial spirit can actually control alchemy fire. This is really an anomaly. Interesting. Although senior apprentice brother Ian showed an interested expression, it was obvious that he didn't really take Lin Yi seriously. Their sect was an expert that specialized in subduing spiritual objects. Why would they be afraid of a mere primordial spirit? At this time, Lin Yi suddenly interrupted impatiently, "You guys are so annoying. Can't you let me watch some TV? Don't you have any civility, fuck?" Senior apprentice brother Ian and Bai Mei's son's faces darkened at the same time. They were just lucky to be tricked by him previously. This primordial spirit actually dared to take advantage of them. Did he really think that they couldn't do anything to him? Go to hell. Bai Mei couldn't help but attack first. Last time, he was at a disadvantage not only because he had Leng Leng, the troublesome woman with the ice-shattering physique, but also because he had underestimated his opponent. If it was a one-on-one fight, he didn't think that he would lose to a primordial spirit like Lin Yi. Moreover, this time, he had senior apprentice brother Ian, who was even more powerful, to support him. This time, he gave it his all. He used the universe arrow in his left sleeve and the spirit-keeping technique in his right sleeve at the same time. Although he didn't have the 9 ferocious blood spiritual cats, Bai Mei's power was unprecedentedly fierce. It was completely different from his previous style of waiting for an opportunity to attack. So fierce. Looks like you don't want me to watch TV on purpose. Lin Yi sighed. If it was before, he would have to think twice before facing Sun Bai Mei alone, not to mention that his opponent had even more powerful helpers behind him. Especially in a situation like this, he might have to avoid Sun Bai Mei. After all, The spirit-gathering art in his right sleeve was already quite troublesome, not to mention the cosmos arrow in his left sleeve. However, today was different from the past. Although an expert like Bai Mei's son was still a threat to Lin Yi, the difference in their strength was completely reversed. Lin Yi didn't have to act as if he was facing a formidable enemy like before. With a slight shake of his body, Lin Yi easily avoided his opponent's universe arrow in his sleeve. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of his opponent. He was so fast that it was impossible for his opponent to react. Chapter 50-56. Then, it was a raging fire 8-trigram palm that was much more powerful than before. Bang! Sun Bai Mei fell straight to the ground. His face was charred black, and he died with his eyes wide open. The room was eerily silent. Senior brother Yin and Fei Yangxing stared at Sun Bai Mei on the ground, and did not react for a long time. After a long time, the two of them suddenly took a step back, and looked at Lin Yi as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They gasped at the same time. Senior brother Yin was still fine, but Fei Yangxing was stunned on the spot. Since when did this primordial spirit become so powerful? The peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm. How dare you lie to me? Senior brother Yin stared at Lin Yi and gritted his teeth. Sun Bai Mei clearly said that he was only at the peak of the early stage of Foundation Establishment realm. How could there be such a huge difference all of a sudden? He himself was only at the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm. No, I don't know either. He was only at the peak of the early stage of Foundation Establishment realm. Otherwise, brother Sun and I would not have been able to escape alive. Fei Yangxing stammered. Only half a month had passed, and he could not figure out why this primordial spirit strength had suddenly skyrocketed and reached the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm. In fact, not only did they not think of it, even Lin Yi himself had never thought of something like this. It was just a piece of unattractive charcoal. Not only did it allow him to solidify his Yuan Shin, but it also allowed him to recover his strength so quickly. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have let cold go. Of course, Leng Leng would not have thought that the charcoal would be so useful. A treasure like the starring charcoal falling into the hands of an early stage of Foundation Establishment realm expert was like casting pearls before swine. If she really wanted to use it, she would at least have to wait until she reached the profound ascension stage. It was unknown if there was such a level of existence in the ancient small Jianghu, let alone advancing to the profound ascension stage with her own strength. Come to think of it, if there was really a profound ascension stage expert in the ancient small Jianghu, a treasure like the starring charcoal would not have appeared in her possession. Perhaps even her sect did not know what it was. That was why they handed it to Leng Leng, a disciple in the early stage of Foundation Establishment realm. This is all thanks to you. Lin Yi smiled coldly at Bai Mei's son, who was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. No matter what, enemies like Bai Mei's son had to die. Not only Bai Mei's son, but Lin Yi's senior brother Yin also had to die. After all, they were natural enemies to Lin Yi, and there was no possibility for them to coexist. What an arrogant essence soul. You can't be thinking that everything will be fine after you kill Junior Marshal Brother Sun, right? Could it be that I, a peak late-stage Foundation Establishment realm expert, am useless? Senior Marshal Brother Yin sneered. Their lineage specialized in restraining primordial divinities and the like. Normally, they could easily crush primordial divinities of the same level. Although a materialized primordial divinity of a peak late Foundation Establishment cultivator was no small matter, in his eyes, it was nothing more than that. He was even a little happy. Now that Sun Bai Mei was dead, no one would fight with him. He could have this powerful primordial spirit all to himself. This was something that he could not ask for more. We'll know who's the arrogant one after the fight. Hurry up, it's commercial time now. I'm anxious to watch TV later. Lin Yi glanced at him indifferently. Although the strength of the primordial soul was far inferior to the strength of the main body, and it was not as easy to challenge someone of a higher level than the main body, it was not as easy as it was for the main body. However, if he couldn't even deal with an expert of the same level, then he wouldn't be Lin Yi. Courting death. Senior brother Yin's embarrassment turned into anger. They were only 3 steps away from each other, and a short knife quietly appeared in his hand hidden under his sleeve. All of a sudden, it slashed towards Lin Yi. What kind of sect is this? All of you like to sneak attack and hide things in your sleeves. Nothing new at all. Lin Yi smiled faintly and dodged. Although his tone was relaxed, he was not careless at all. This senior apprentice brother Yin was indeed much stronger than Sun Bai Mei. His use of the dagger was like a ghost. Most importantly, there was a layer of faint aura on it. It seemed like it was specially targeted at primordial spiritual objects. The consequences would be unimaginable. Do you think you can escape from me? Senior apprentice brother Yin snorted coldly and immediately chased after him like a shadow. A mere dagger was used by him with a majestic aura, and his attacks were like a storm. For a moment, Lin Yi was in a precarious situation. He was like a small boat in a raging storm. It seemed like he could be destroyed at any time and die without a burial. However, what made senior apprentice brother Yin speechless was that even though he attacked with all his might for a long time, Lin Yi seemed to be not far from death each time. However, he was able to survive each time. Even when his crazy attacks were somewhat difficult to continue, he still couldn't hurt Lin Yi at all. This result was really depressing. It can't be. You can't hold on so quickly. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. As a man, don't you feel ashamed? Lin Yi saw that he suddenly stopped attacking and immediately mocked him mercilessly. You! Senior apprentice brother Yin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed used all his strength just now, but this primordial spirit speed was too ridiculously fast. Moreover, it seemed to be able to predict his movements in advance. Every time he should have been unable to dodge a sudden attack, his opponent would dodge it in advance. How could he fight like this? This couldn't go on. Senior apprentice brother Yin suddenly thought of the blood spiritual cat. What Sun Bai Mei knew, he naturally knew as well. It was just that he was afraid of his opponent's alchemic fire, so he didn't dare to use it easily. However, there was no other way now. If he wanted to kill Lin Yi, he couldn't rely on himself. He had to summon a few blood spiritual cats to distract him. As long as he could find an opportunity, he could easily tear this primordial spirit into pieces. With a thought, senior apprentice brother Yin immediately summoned 3 blood spiritual cats. Although they weren't as many as Sun Bai Mei, their individual strength was much stronger. If these cats were destroyed, he would suffer from the primordial spirit's backlash. Quality was more important than quantity. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to attack together? At the same time, senior apprentice brother Yin scolded Fei Yangxing, who was hiding in the back and watching the show. Oh! Fei Yangxing responded weakly, but his feet seemed to have grown roots and he didn't dare to move forward. He only made a pose from afar. Even Sun Bai Mei, who was in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, was killed by Lin Yi in one move. He, who was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, would only be cannon fodder if he came forward. Fei Yangxing was well aware of this. Therefore, no matter how much senior apprentice brother Yin scolded him, he was only pretending. It was impossible for him to really risk his life. Chapter 50-57. Fei Yangxing could not be counted on, but with the help of the 3 blood spirit cats, brother Yin was not afraid of what Lin Yi could do. If Lin Yi dared to use his Dan fire against the blood spirit cats, there would be a flaw in his defense. If that happened, brother Yin's short knife would cut him into pieces. Brother Yin immediately commanded the 3 blood spirit cats to attack together. The room was only so big, and he thought that no matter how fast Lin Yi was, he would not be able to dodge the attacks. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. Yo, the advertisement ended so soon. I have to hurry up. Lin Yi glanced at the 3 blood spirit cats in front of him and smiled at Brother Ian. You people seem to like cats, and each one is uglier than the last. But I am different. My pets are much better than yours. What did you say? Brother Yin's face changed. He thought that Lin Yi was bluffing, but suddenly, he heard the low roar of a dragon. A flood dragon formed by the 5 elements murderous chi appeared out of thin air. Without waiting for the 3 blood spirit cats to retreat, the flood dragon pounced on them and mercilessly chased after them. It killed one with its jaws, one with its claws, and one with its tail. The 3 blood spirit cats were killed in the blink of an eye. This was just an ordinary 5 elements killing chi, not the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing chi. However, it was a waste to use it against a cultivator in the foundational level. Lin Yi could only use it now that his strength had increased. If he was still at the level he was at half a month ago, he would not have been able to use it even if he combined all of his Jin Qi. See, the levels are different. If I want to have a pet in my next life, I will get one that is fiercer. That way, I can scare people. Lin Yi smiled faintly, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Yi Shixiang. Because of the backlash from killing the 3 blood spiritual cats, Yi Shixiang couldn't react in time. He was defenseless in front of Lin Yi, and Lin Yi's raging fire 8 trigram palms landed on his face, and he followed in Sun Baimei's footsteps. On one side was Baimei's son, and on the other was senior brother Yin. The 2 corpses looked exactly the same. When Fei Yangxing saw this scene, he was so scared that he peed his pants. This time, he came to take revenge. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Watching Lin Yi getting closer and closer with an unfriendly expression, Fei Xingyang tried his best to turn around and run, but his legs didn't listen to him at all. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, but he couldn't move a single step. Alright, it's your turn now. Lin Yi looked at Fei Yangxing indifferently. Thump. Fei Yangxing knelt down on the spot and kowtowed so hard that his forehead bled. He begged for mercy with a sobbing tone, "Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. I was forced by the 2 of them. I didn't mean any harm. Senior, please forgive me. Please spare my life. I'll do anything for you. I'm not from the same sect as them, and I never meant any harm to you. I was forced by them." Lin Yi was a little stunned. This guy was an expert in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. How could he be so spineless? How could he kneel and beg for mercy in one go? How did he cultivate to his current realm with such a temperament? However, Lin Yi didn't plan to kill him directly. He wanted to learn more about the archaic underworld from this guy. He immediately snorted and said, "Answer a few of my questions truthfully. If I'm in a good mood, I might really spare your life. It depends on your performance." Yes. Senior, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything I know." Fei Yangxing was overjoyed. He didn't care if he would leak any information. As long as he could live, nothing else mattered. Very well. The first question, where did you come from? Lin Yi asked calmly. We come from the archaic underworld. The specific place is Shenangjia. There's a transmission formation there that is the archaic passage. However, that place can only last for a year. After a year, it will close. Fei Yangxing was very honest. Lin Yi nodded slightly. In fact, Ling Leng had already told him this answer before. It was just that she said it in a hurry at that time, so he was confused. Now that he heard Fei Yangxing's explanation, he had a real idea. It turned out that the archaic underworld could only be reached through the transmission formation. No wonder the secular world hadn't discovered it. No wonder Lang Lang said she could only stay for a year. After a year, the transmission formation would close. She definitely couldn't stay in the secular world anymore. The second question, why did you come to the secular world? Lin Yi continued to ask. This was also the question he wanted to know the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to get close to Lang Lang, and this series of events wouldn't have happened. It's because of the archaic sect training that happens once every 1,000 years. Every sect in the archaic underworld will send their disciples in the foundation establishment stage into the secular world to train. At the same time, it's also to find new disciples for each sect. Although the spiritual chi in the secular world is thin, there are many people after all. Who knows, there might be some rare cultivation geniuses with spiritual roots. In order to please Lin Yi, Fei Yongxing was willing to risk his life, spilling everything he knew without holding anything back. Lin Yi stared at his expression and knew that this guy wasn't lying. He was relieved. Since these people came out to train and look for new disciples, they didn't mean to break the rules of the secular world. Although it was inevitable that there would be people like Bai Mei who didn't follow the rules, it would be fine as long as it wasn't an all-out conflict. The third question, how many people are there in total? What's the realm of the strongest one? Lin Yi continued to ask. About 60 to 70 people. I'm not sure about the strongest one, but I heard that he's at the great attainment of foundation establishment. At least the leading disciples of several sects are masters at the great attainment of foundation establishment. That's for sure. These are all disciples who came out to train. As for disciples who are stronger than this, maybe there are, maybe there aren't, but they definitely haven't been publicized, Fei Yongxing answered carefully. After all, he was just an ordinary disciple. He could only know the surface information that was widely known. As for the deeper inside information, he had no way to know. The great attainment of foundation establishment. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Although the strength of his primordial spirit couldn't be used to fight enemies of a higher realm, he should be able to handle them if they were at the great attainment of foundation establishment. However, it was hard to say if they were masters at the Golden Core stage. After all, there was an essential difference between the Golden Core stage and the Foundation Establishment stage. Chapter 50-58. Okay, the fourth question, tell me about Lang Lang. Lin Yi continued to ask. Lang Lang had become one of his own now, so he naturally had to understand these things clearly. Fei Yongxing choked for a moment and said weakly, Senior, I don't know much about her. I only heard that she is very talented and is one of the disciples who is most likely to reach the Gold Core stage in the sect. I don't know anything else. He felt a little guilty when he said this. It was not because he was lying or hiding something in front of Lin Yi, but because he had a crooked idea about Lang Lang last time. If Lin Yi recalled his past at this time, he would be dead. In fact, Lin Yi did not have this idea at all. If he really wanted to kill Fei Yongxing, he would kill him regardless of whether he remembered the past or not. Now that he said he would give Fei Yongxing a chance, he would not go back on his words. After listening to Fei Yongxing's answer, Lin Yi immediately fell into silence. These 4 questions were what he wanted to know the most now. Although Fei Yongxing's answer was not comprehensive and detailed, it still provided him with a lot of information. He had a general idea about the experts of the Heaven Path stage in the ancient small underworld. At least he was not as clueless as before. Only by knowing what was going on could he stay calm in the face of danger. For Lin Yi, there were too many things he cared about in the common world, and it was normal for him to worry about his personal gains and losses. It was because it was easy for him to get hurt, and so he treated all unknown factors as threats. If this had happened on Sky Class Island, Lin Yi wouldn't have worried so much. Fei Yongxing, who was kneeling on the ground, was immediately frightened when Lin Yi suddenly fell into silence. He thought that his words had aroused Lin Yi's killing intent, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Senior, please spare my life. Everything this lowly one said is the truth. I did not hide anything. Please forgive this lowly one and spare this lowly one's lowly life." Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy put on a classic posture in order to survive. Lin Yi was embarrassed to kill him because he was so sensible. "I've already said that as long as you answer my questions properly, I'll spare your life. I won't kill you today, seeing that you know what's good for you," Lin Yi said lightly. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." Fei Yongxing was overjoyed. Ignoring his numb knees, he struggled to his feet, turned around, and ran away. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. However, before he could walk out of the room, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Wait, how am I going to find you in the future? Ah. Why are you still looking for me?" Fei Yongxing almost burst into tears when he heard that. He didn't even have the time to hide from this fiendish monster. It wasn't easy for him to keep his life. Why did he still want to find him? Could it be that he still wanted to deal with him in the future? What? You're not willing. Lin Yi's face immediately turned cold. Feeling the ice-cold killing intent emanating from the other party, Fei Yongxing was so frightened that he burst into tears on the spot. He hurriedly said, No, it's my honor that Senior sought me out. How could I not be happy? If Senior wants to find me, you can go directly to Shenangjia. That's the gathering point for disciples like us who are training. Is that so? Lin Yi glanced at him, not quite believing him. It's absolutely true. My life is in your hands. I can lie to anyone but you, Fei Yongxing said hurriedly. He really didn't lie to Lin Yi, but it was hard to say what his intentions were. The Shenangjia gathering point was guarded by experts from various sections. If Lin Yi dared to go to that place, he would definitely die. There was no way for him to survive. That's good. Lin Yi nodded and then quietly left a divine sense mark on him. A weakling like Fei Yongxing wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Of course, he had his reasons for doing so. Although this group of people from the immemorial underworld didn't have the intention to break the rules of the secular world, their existence was still a hidden danger to the secular world. If something unforeseen happened, who knew if they would become the enemy of the secular world's cultivators? Therefore, to be on the safe side, Lin Yi needed to leave a mole among this group of people so that he could easily grasp their movements. If Leng Leng was there, Lin Yi wouldn't have to do this, but now he didn't know where Leng Leng had gone, so he could only make an issue out of Fei Yongxing, the coward. If something happened, he could call this coward out and scare him a little to find out the plans of this group of people from the ancient Jianghu. Seeing that Lin Yi slowly withdrew his killing intent, Fei Yongxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly turned around and left, but before he could take 2 steps, Lin Yi suddenly stopped him. Wait! Plop! Fei Yongxing's knees went weak and he knelt on the spot. A dignified middle-stage foundation establishment expert was scared to tears by Lin Yi. He looked at Lin Yi pitifully and said, I really told you everything, please spare my life, Senior. Lin Yi was speechless. Looking at this guy's expression, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He pointed at the 2 corpses on the ground and said, These 2 people are an eyesore here. You can take them away. Don't forget that this was the mortal world, and it would be a big mess if 2 corpses were left here for no reason. Besides, the identities of these 2 corpses were unknown, and it would be troublesome if things got out of hand by accident. Yes. Fei Yongxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike Lin Yi, he didn't care about the laws of the mortal world. He hurriedly carried the 2 corpses, turned around, and left, afraid that Lin Yi would stop him if he was too slow. He had been scared enough today, and if he was scared a few more times, he would definitely have a heart attack. After Fei Yongxing left, Lin Yi quickly got up and left the room as well. Calculating the time, it had been a whole month since the projection of his Yuan spirit. Although the whole process was a little complicated, he barely achieved his goal. With his strength at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment, he could handle most things. It was time to return to Donghai City. Looking back at the room, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Now that he was finally reuniting with Ling Shan and the others, he couldn't let go of Leng Leng. Although his intentions in pursuing Leng Leng might not have been pure, the two of them were undoubtedly together after going through so much. In Lin Yi's heart, Leng Leng was no different from Meng Yao and the others. They were all confident that he would cherish and treat sincerely in the future. Before leaving, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that he didn't expect this piece of coal to be so useful, or he could bring Leng Leng back to Donghai City today. Chapter 50-59. The reason why Leng Leng took the risk to stay at this place was because she wanted to find a chance to come back and take a look. After all, she had rented the house for a month. She wanted to see if Lin Yi was still around when the term was up, and if he had taken away her treasure. Of course, Leng Leng also knew that the possibility of Lin Yi being here was low. She was just holding on to a slim chance. However, before she could come back, she saw Bai Mei and the others who were coming back aggressively. Fortunately, she hid on the hillside and restrained her aura, so she was not discovered by Bai Mei and the others. However, she could tell from their movements that they were heading to the place she rented. Leng Leng was shocked on the spot. She could not help but worry. What if Lin Yi was still there? Although the possibility was very small, what if? Leng Leng wanted to come back and report in advance. Fortunately, her rationality won over her impulse. Putting aside the fact that Lin Yi was probably gone, even if Lin Yi was still there, it would be useless for her to go back now. She did not even have the ability to delay Bai Mei and the others. She might even be a burden to Lin Yi. Leng Leng suppressed the impulse in her heart. After waiting for half a day, she finally returned to her neighborhood. If she was not mistaken, Bai Mei and the others should have left by now. As expected, there was no one in the house. However, Leng Leng almost fainted when she saw the scene in front of her. There were obvious signs of a fight at the door and the living room. Moreover, there were fresh blood stains. Could it be that Lin Yi was? Leng Leng could not imagine it. She thought that it was impossible for Lin Yi to stay at this place after such a long time had passed. She did not expect such a thing to happen. If Lin Yi was really killed by Bai Mei and the others, she would never forgive herself. If she knew this would happen, why didn't she come earlier? She should have fought for some time for Lin Yi to escape even if she had to risk her life. However, she reacted quickly. She was too concerned. If Lin Yi was a primordial spirit, where did the blood stains come from? Leng Leng had witnessed the scene where Lin Yi was besieged by the blood spiritual cats. Although it was a tragic scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere, these were just things that were condensed from the divine sense energy. They would soon dissipate into nothingness and would not leave any real bloodstains. After pondering for a while, Leng Leng felt that there were only two explanations for the blood stains that had yet to dry. Either it belonged to Bai Mei and the others, or there was someone else. In any case, it couldn't possibly be Lin Yi's. However, it was unrealistic to say that the bloodstains belonged to Sun Bai Mei and the others. However, Sun Bai Mei and Fei Yongxing were not to be trifled with. Coupled with senior brother Yin, who was even stronger than them, it was basically impossible for them to suffer a loss unless the senior brother personally came out. Could it be that some hooligans had come and were unlucky enough to run into Bai Mei's son and the others, and were then killed? Or could it be that the rent was due and the agent brought a new tenant to look at the apartment? Both of these hypotheses could be true. However, Leng Leng did not care about these. As long as nothing happened to Lin Yi, she would not care about the life or death of others. Lang Lang looked around the room and did not find her treasure. She did not know if it was taken away by Lin Yi or by Mei's son and the others. Hopefully, it was Lin Yi. Looking at this place that she had stayed in for only half a month, but it had given her so many warm memories, Lang Lang was in a daze for a moment. The scenes from back then kept replaying in her mind. She even felt that someone was knocking on the door. As soon as she opened the door, she would see Lin Yi waiting at the door with breakfast. Unfortunately, such days were gone forever. She did not feel anything special at that time. However, now that she thought about it, it would be great if such days could continue. Lang Lang could not help but be in a daze. They had only been together for a short half a month, but Lin Yi had completely entered her heart. Every item that he gave her back then was now regarded as the treasure of her life. Of course, many of the things that Lin Yi had gifted her were priceless treasures. Those foundation building pills and other medicinal pills, as well as the supreme grade spirit jade, were all priceless items in the ancient Jianghu. However, the thing that warmed Lang Lang the most was not these. Instead, it was the clothes that Lin Yi had accompanied her to buy, as well as the cell phone. The mobile phone. Lang Lang's eyes suddenly brightened when she thought of this. She had forgotten that the mobile phone could be used to make calls. If she wanted to know where Lin Yi was, she could just give him a call. Lang Lang immediately dialed Lin Yi's number. However, the voice that came from the phone made her a little disappointed. The number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please try again later. This was a matter of course. Lin Yi's mobile phone was simply thrown into the space of the jade pendant. How could there be a signal in the space? To be honest, Lin Yi had long been out of touch with the secular world after staying on the Heaven Stage Island for 3 years. He would only take out and use things like mobile phones when he felt like it. Usually, he would directly throw it into the space of the jade pendant. This was a habit that he had developed for a long time. No matter what it was, he would subconsciously throw it into the space of the jade pendant. After all, it was much more convenient than carrying it on his body. Moreover, he was now a primordial spirit. Every inch of his body was transformed from the energy of his consciousness. If he were to support an additional mobile phone, it would waste a lot of his consciousness. No matter how powerful his primordial spirit was, it should not be used so casually. However, Lang Lang was not aware of this. The time she had been in contact with mobile phones was very short. Moreover, she had only called Lin Yi before. She had never experienced a situation where the call could not be connected. Her first reaction when she heard the mobile phone notification was that her heart sank. Did something really happen to Lin Yi? Recalling the words that Lin Yi said before they parted last time, Lang Lang really did not know whether it was true or not. She could not understand what Lin Yi said at her level. In fact, even Lin Yi's existence itself was already an unimaginable thing to her. Lin Yi said that he would not die and that he could come back after some cultivation. Could she believe these words? She hoped that these were all true. However, her rationality told her that once the primordial spirit was destroyed, it would be beyond redemption. This was the basic common sense in the cultivation world. As for whether Lin Yi was an existence that was above common sense, perhaps he was, perhaps he was not. Nothing must happen to you. Lang Lang muttered as she clenched the mobile phone tightly. She looked around the room and packed up the clothes that Lin Yi bought for her before leaving immediately. She had never been a woman who would drag her feet. In fact, her temperament was much more decisive than most men. Chapter 50-60. If Bai Mei's son knew about this in the underworld, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. He had already died in the hands of Lin Yi. Why was he still looking for him for revenge? Did he want him to die a few times to be satisfied? Lang Lang was oblivious to all these. All she could think about right now was this matter. Lin Yi had left her a huge pile of foundation building pills and the like. With so many precious resources piled together, even a disciple with the worst aptitude could at least reach the foundation-building full cycle. Ling Ling was naturally gifted, but with so many precious resources piled together, even a disciple with the worst aptitude could at least reach the foundation-building full cycle. As she walked out of the room, Ling Ling turned her head to take one last look. The scenes of her meeting Lin Yi flashed across her mind. She was touched but also a little sad. It was unknown whether Lin Yi was dead or alive. Even she herself did not know if what she said before was considered as a promise to marry Lin Yi. However, she knew Lin Yi's feelings. At least, she would never accept another man. If Lin Yi really could not get through this, she would rather be alone for the rest of her life. The memories of the short half a month were filled with warmth and sweetness. Ling Ling finally let out a long sigh and muttered to herself softly, "I hope he's as powerful as he said he was." Martial arts master, you can't brag this time, or I'll have to blame you for the rest of my life. In Shenangjia, Fei Yongxing was dragging 2 corpses as he limped through the dense forest. If it was an ordinary person who did this, he would have been wanted 100 times in the secular world. Fortunately, he was a mid-stage foundation-building realm master after all. Although he was injured, he still had the strength. Along the way, he had purposely used some tricks to deceive others. That was why he did not cause an uproar. Motherfucker. I should have stolen a plane and flown it. Fei Yongxing casually killed a mountain leopard that was attracted by the smell of blood. He threw the 2 corpses on the ground while cursing. He then sat down on the side and panted heavily. Although he was a mid-stage foundation-building realm master, his injuries were not light. Moreover, dragging 2 corpses through the deep forest of Shenangjia on foot was exhausting. The journey before was still manageable. Before entering Shenangjia, he had stolen an off-road vehicle and drove all the way from Shima City to the border of Hushi province. Ordinary people would need to spend time to learn how to drive, but it was not worth mentioning for a powerful cultivator like him. Basically, as long as he was smart, he could learn it after a few glances. Therefore, it was not a big problem for him along the way. As long as he paid a little attention to avoid the traffic police, it was not a big problem. However, no matter how powerful an off-road vehicle was, it was impossible to drive into Shenangjia unless it was really a helicopter. Otherwise, Fei Yongxing's only choice was to walk. If he had not experienced the convenience of a car before, it would have been fine. Now that he was asked to do this kind of thing again, it was simply killing him. But then again, it was not a big problem for him to steal an off-road vehicle. The owner was knocked out and thrown into the ravine by him for a while. However, if he really went to steal a helicopter, not to mention that there was no such private helicopter for him to steal, and not to mention that he did not know how to drive it, even if all of this was not a problem, it would definitely be a sensational event. The government had already put him on the wanted list all over the world. How could they let him drive into Shenangjia leisurely? Therefore, this kind of thing was just a thought for Fei Yongxing. Basically, it was not feasible. The only thing he could do now was to quickly drag the 2 bodies back to the assembly point and truthfully report what had happened before. This time, son Bai Mei and senior brother Ian who died were not ordinary disciples. One was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and the other was at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. They were both highly valued elite disciples. Originally, the secular world was just an easy and pleasant experience for them. It was not even a basic trial. This time, 2 elite disciples died in a row. How could it be? Fei Yongxing did not even need to guess. When the higher-ups knew the whole story, they would definitely be furious. This time, the secular world must have a good taste of the so-called anger of the far ancient sect. That spirit is so arrogant and hateful. Next time, let's see how he will die. Fei Yongxing sneered. He stood up and dragged the 2 bodies over and continued to walk forward. With his own strength, he would definitely not dare to find trouble with Lin Yi. Revenge was even more wishful thinking. But it did not matter. His own strength was not enough, but the far ancient sect had many experts. Once he reported this matter to the higher-ups, how could they not be able to deal with a mere spirit? At that time, he did not even need to rush forward and attack. He only needed to watch from afar. One day later, Fei Yangxing finally returned to the assembly point with weak legs. It was the majestic mountain gate that they had all set off from. Basically, the big senior brother or the elders of each sect were stationed here. After all, there were too few cultivators in the secular world, and their strength was too low. With their strength, even if they went out, they would not have any value. Therefore, they were only responsible for the supervision here. When the bodies of Sun Bai Mei and senior brother Yin were thrown on the ground, the entire mountain gate was instantly shaken. In a short period of time, all the people stationed here had gathered. They had no choice but to come. This was an unprecedented event. Isn't that Yin Jiping and Sun Bai Mei from the evil warding sect? How did they die? The people from the other sects were discussing. These two are not weak. If I remember correctly, they were at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. How could they die in a place like the secular world? Don't tell me it was done by one of our sects. Someone asked in confusion. The evil warding sect's way of doing things has always been strange. When they have nothing to do, they would often attack the spiritual beasts of our sections. It's very normal for someone to become enemies with them. Besides, there is not even a single foundation establishment expert in the secular world. Who would be able to deal with the two of them? Someone gloated. That's true. Where are the people from the evil warding sect? Don't tell me it's only the two of them. Wouldn't they have died for nothing? Everyone looked at each other. If the evil warding sect's higher-ups were here, they would definitely get to the bottom of this matter. But now, there was not enough of them. Most of them would have to leave this matter unsettled. Everyone here was the leader of the various sections. Their first concern was the benefits of their sections. If they found out that the two of them died in the hands of their own sect's disciples, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? What's going on? At this moment, a young and domineering voice suddenly rang out behind everyone. Although everyone here was the leader of their respective sects, when they heard this voice, they instinctively opened up a path. Strength determined one's status. Who asked this person to be stronger than all of them? Chapter 50-61. Although there were also experts in the Foundation Establishment Great Circle in the crowd, even if they were in the same realm, it would still vary from person to person. This person's name was Xue Jianfeng, and he was an outstanding talent of the younger generation in the primordial underworld. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in Foundation Establishment Great Circle. Senior Marshal Brother Xue. Fei Yangxing quickly bowed. Seems like you know the inside story. Tell me, how did they die? Xue Jianfeng glanced at the two corpses on the ground. Although he had nothing to do with the evil warding sect, his ambition was to become the #1 expert of the younger generation in the supreme ancient underworld. This training in the mortal world was a rare opportunity for him to establish his reputation. He naturally wouldn't let it go. The others looked at each other. They were secretly angry at him for being a busybody, but they didn't dare to show it on the surface. They could only watch coldly. Senior brother Xue, the two of them were killed by someone. It was an essence soul cultivator, Fei Yangxing replied respectfully. Yuan spirit cultivator. Xue Jianfeng and the others were startled when they heard this. They didn't understand what he meant for a moment, so they frowned and said, "Speak clearly." A primordial spirit is a primordial spirit, and a cultivator is a cultivator. What's with a primordial spirit cultivator? Could it be a hidden expert of some primordial sect? Even though I don't know where that person came from, I'm sure he's not from the primordial underworld. I only know that it's a soul, but it's a soul that can materialize, and it's extremely powerful. Brother Sun and Brother Yin weren't a match for him, and he killed them easily, Fei Yangxing explained. A Yuan spirit cultivator that could materialize and easily kill a peak foundation establishment late-stage expert? Everyone was completely stunned and frowned. An expert at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm was not much weaker than them. Didn't this mean that even they might not be a match for that primordial spirit cultivator? There's someone like this in the mortal world. Xue Jianfang looked at him suspiciously. This was completely beyond his understanding. He rubbed his chin and guessed, Junior Martial Brother Fei, could it be that you have something that you can't say? That's why you purposely made up this story. Although he and Fei Yangxing were fellow disciples of the same sect, they didn't have a deep relationship. In order to establish his own prestige, he, Xue Jianfang, would not hesitate to place righteousness before family. Absolutely not. I, Fei Yangxing, swear to the heavens that none of my words are false. Senior Brother Xue, please investigate. Fei Yangxing was shocked. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe him, he started from the beginning. Bai Mei's son and I are good friends, so we traveled together. When we arrived at the mountains around Shima City in the mortal world, we ran into this primordial spirit master. Senior Martial Brother Xue, you know that the Bai Xia sect likes these things, so I attacked him on the spot. And then Xue Jianfang's expression turned serious. He actually didn't believe that Fei Yangxing would dare to lie to him in public, especially in such detail. The more detailed a lie was, the easier it would be to find flaws. If Fei Yangxing really had a guilty conscience, he should have just brushed it off. At that time, this primordial spirit was still very weak, probably at the late stage of heaven rank. However, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Bai Mei's son and I spent a lot of effort to chase him, but he still managed to escape. After that, we kept searching for him. When we found him again, it was already half a month later, Fei Yangxing continued. Go on. Xue Jianfang said in a low voice. Yes, by the time we found that primordial spirit, his strength had increased greatly for some reason. He was already at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. Furthermore, he seemed to have been prepared for our appearance. As a result, we were ambushed and both of us were injured. Fei Yangxing didn't mention anything about Leng Leng. After all, it wasn't very honorable. Most importantly, this senior martial brother Xue Jianfang had always been interested in Leng Leng. If he dared to say that he was interested in Leng Leng, he would be killed by a sword. Trash! Xue Jianfang scolded in disdain. Bai Mei's son and Fei Yangxing were at the late stage of Foundation Establishment Realm and the middle stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. Not only did they let him escape the first time, but they were also injured the second time. In his eyes, they were all trash. Ah! Fei Yangxing awkwardly pinched his nose and continued, after that, half a month later, we went to find that primordial spirit again after we recovered. We even called Senior Martial Brother Yin from the evil warding sect. We didn't expect that primordial spirit to be at the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. Both of them were killed on the spot. Luckily, I escaped fast enough. I only dared to go back and collect their bodies after the primordial spirit left. After hearing Fei Yangxing's words, everyone was silent. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. There was no doubt about the authenticity of Fei Yangxing's words. However, the sudden appearance of a primordial spirit master in the mortal world was really unbelievable. After a long time, Xue Jianfang said in a low voice, Junior Martial Brother Fei, where is that primordial spirit? It was in Shima City before, but I don't know if it's still there now. Senior Martial Brother Xue, what do you mean? Fei Yangxing asked. Come with me. Although Yin Jiping and Sun Bai Mei are from the evil warding sect, they are part of the immemorial martial world. How can I allow them to be killed by an outsider? A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Shui Jianfang snorted. As soon as he said this, everyone from the other sects looked at him. They couldn't help but show some respect. After hearing Fei Yangxing's words, they had to think about it carefully. They didn't dare to be as decisive as Shui Jianfang. No wonder he was the number one of the young generation in the immemorial martial world. This was exactly what Shui Jianfang wanted. As long as he could kill this primordial spirit expert, putting aside whether he could obtain any heavenly treasures or not, just the reputation he could earn would be worth it. Ugh! Fei Yangxing's face turned ugly. He wanted to let Shui Jianfang and the other big shots to surround and kill Lin Yi, while he hid behind and watched the show. Who would have thought that Shui Jianfang would ask him to lead the way? Didn't that mean that he would have to face that unfathomable primordial spirit again? Why? You don't want to. Shui Jianfang frowned and said with an unfriendly expression. No, Senior Marshal Brother Shui, look at my body full of injuries. If I don't treat them quickly, I'm afraid that there will be repercussions. Fei Yangxing said with a bitter face. Chapter 5062. Not only Fei Yangli, but the people from the other sects also sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, there was no comparison between people. Shui Jianfang didn't even bat an eyelid and threw out a grade 4 great cyclic pellet. What a generous move. Yes. Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Shui. Fei Yangxing was overjoyed. A 4th-rank Great Recover pill was enough for him to recover in a short period of time. Although it was unwise to provoke Lin Yi again, there was always someone taller to hold up the sky. With someone as strong as Shui Jianfang in front of him, what was there to be afraid of? Very good. Everyone, stay here and wait for this Shui's news. As long as this Shui is here, it won't be so easy to kill the people of our primordial underworld. Shui Jianfang cupped his hands towards everyone and immediately left with Fei Yangxing. As expected of Shui Jianfang. Everyone sighed in admiration. It was rumored that the ancient alliance that was formed by all the major sects in the supreme ancient pugilistic world was about to change. Although it hadn't reached the critical point yet, when that day came, someone like Shui Jianfang would definitely be a popular rising star in the alliance. After leaving Shenangjia, Fei Yangxing used the same trick and went straight to Shima City. However, when he and Shui Jianfang arrived at their destination, the room was already empty. That Yuan Shen cultivator must be afraid of our world's revenge, so he ran away. Senior Marshal Brother Shui, what do we do? Fei Yangxing asked. What do we do? Of course, we have to find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Shui Jianfang snorted. He had boasted in front of so many people in the world, so it was impossible for him to return empty-handed. But that's a Yuan Shen, and he's no different from an ordinary person. Even Bai Mei's son and the others from the evil warding sect won't be able to find him easily. Senior Marshal Brother Shui, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Fei Yangxing said bitterly. Did I say I'm going to look for him personally? Shui Jianfang glanced at him. Senior Marshal Brother Shui, you mean to ask the other disciples to look for him together? Fei Yangxing's eyes brightened. As long as they said that Lin Yi was the public enemy of the world, they would have a higher chance of finding him. Fool, how many disciples have come out to train this time? The secular world is so big, how can we find all of them? Shui Jianfang looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Fei Yangxing couldn't help blushing. That was indeed the case. Who knew how long it would take to find Lin Yi in the secular world with just these few people in the ancient martial world? He could only ask weakly, then how are we going to find him? Didn't you say that this primordial spirit cultivator is someone from the secular world? In that case, the secular world will naturally hand him over. Let's go. Shui Jianfang smiled faintly. Where are we going? Fei Yangxing was taken aback. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It said that the cultivators in the secular world are under their management. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. We're here to seek justice. There will naturally be justice when we get there. Moreover, it's killing two birds with one stone. Shui Jianfang had a disdainful smile on his face. Killing two birds with one stone. Fei Yangxing was confused. Seeking justice is only one of the reasons. As for the second, we can directly ask them for new disciples with passable aptitudes. It'll save us a lot of trouble, Shui Jianfang said faintly. He was a radical to begin with. It could be said that he didn't care about the secular world from the bottom of his heart. The rules of the secular world this time clearly stated that the order of the secular world couldn't be disturbed. He actually didn't care about this, especially when it came to finding new disciples. Relying on just a few dozen disciples to train was undoubtedly an extremely stupid method. In Shui Jianfang's opinion, the best method was to directly go to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. After obtaining the information of all the cultivators in the secular world, they only needed to filter them one by one and pick out those who met the requirements of the primordial sect. Why did they have to go through so much trouble to act low-key? Although he was dissatisfied, this was, after all, the Primordial Alliance's rules. It wasn't good for Shui Jianfang to openly violate them. However, it was different now. The deaths of Yin Jiping and Sun Baimei had given him enough reason to make a fuss. It was only natural for him to seek justice. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to ask for the new disciples, killing two birds with one stone. Yes, yes. Senior brother Shui is wise. Instead of wasting our time and effort, why don't we directly ask them for the new disciples? Fei Yangxing immediately nodded his head. This senior brother of his was truly an amazing big shot. He was really bold when doing things. The two of them immediately headed to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's headquarters. This kind of thing was difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with, but for cultivators at their level, there was no such thing as a secret in the secular world. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau's situation had long been clearly observed by the other disciples. It was just that due to the Primordial Alliance's rules, they only watched from afar and didn't recklessly barge in. When they arrived at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's headquarters, Shui Jianfang and Fei Yangxing got off the car and walked in. The guard at the side was shocked and hurriedly stopped them. "I'm sorry, this place is off limits." The Supernatural Investigation Bureau wasn't like other organizations. There were no signs at the entrance. Plus, the place was relatively remote. Other than the internal staff, there wouldn't be any outsiders here. However, there would occasionally be some accidents, and the purpose of these guards was to stop outsiders. Fuck off. Shui Jianfang didn't stop and only cursed faintly. For some reason, the guard actually knelt down on the spot. Fei Yangxing, who was following behind, sneered at this scene. This guard was clearly not an ordinary person. From the looks of it, he had the strength of a golden class. Unfortunately, in front of a perfected foundation establishment expert like Shui Jianfang, a golden class expert was no different from an ordinary person. "Old Wu, are you all right?" A few team members who were passing by hurriedly surrounded him. They helped him up and joked, "Old Wu, you're too polite. Didn't you just suffer some injuries during the operation? There's no need to kneel in front of everyone. Moreover, this isn't Chief Feng or Chief Song. Even if you kneel, he won't be transferred back to the team, right?" "Bullshit, I'll immediately return to the team when I'm healed." Old Wu's face darkened. Even he didn't know what had just happened. Perhaps his leg was purely numb. But when he looked at Shui Jianfang and Fei Yangxing again, there was some fear in his eyes. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "You two, please show me your identification." "Identification?" Shui Jianfang said with a condescending attitude, "I never need identification to go anywhere I want." "I don't know what identification is." Chapter 5063. Facing this kind of rich second generation with such a powerful background, ordinary units would not dare to disrespect him. However, this was the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Ordinary power in the secular world was useless here. Then please go back. I just said that this place is off limits to unauthorized personnel. Old Wu immediately said seriously. He was not an ordinary guard. He came from a proper action team and was someone who lived on the edge of a knife all year round. Once he got serious, he was also a ruthless character with a murderous aura. Off limits to unauthorized personnel. Do I look that free? Shui Jianfeng sneered. He ignored the few people and walked inside. Stop, or don't blame me for being rude. Old Wu frowned and shouted. Seeing that Shui Jianfeng and Fei Xingyang were still arrogant, he immediately raised his hand to grab Shui Jianfeng's shoulder. However, before he could touch the other party's clothes or see the other party move, he suddenly found that there was a huge bloody wound on his arm. Then, an incomparably intense pain rushed to his scalp. Even someone like him who had been specially trained could not endure such intense pain, and he immediately fell to the ground with a muffled groan. The few people at the side finally realized that the situation was not good. Other than one person staying behind to take care of Old Wu, the others immediately surrounded Shui Jianfeng and Fei Xingyang. At the same time, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's alarm sounded. Almost all the remaining members rushed out. Shui Jianfeng and Fei Xingyang became the target of everyone. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Don't you know the consequences? Everyone shouted. Consequences? Shui Jianfeng laughed and said disdainfully, it's just an unranked force in the secular world. I can do whatever I want. What consequences can there be? Nonsense. Take him down. Everyone was instantly riled up. They released their aura and prepared to capture him on the spot. A bunch of ants actually dare to attack me. Aren't you afraid of death? Shui Jianfeng smiled coldly. Then, he suddenly released the powerful aura of the Foundation building Great Perfection. Everyone from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau shrunk back. They were all extremely shocked. They looked at Shui Jianfeng as if they were looking at a monster. What kind of strength was this? This aura was at least a few hundred times stronger than the strongest heaven stage Great Perfection. A bunch of weaklings. Shui Jianfeng swept a disdainful glance at everyone. If it wasn't for the rules of the Archaic Alliance, he would have massacred this place on a whim. Killing people to establish his might had always been his style, unlike now where he could only use his aura to intimidate everyone. After all, this was the official faction of the secular world's cultivators. If he really destroyed the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, even if he did it in the name of seeking justice for Sun Bai Mei, the Archaic Alliance wouldn't be able to justify it. Thus, he could only suppress his killing intent. The people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau did not dare to act rashly. Although they were not strong, they still had their foresight and experience. Although they had more people on their side, if they really fought, they would only be slaughtered. After all, the other party was too strong. Who is the person in charge here? Step out and say something. Shui Jianfeng squinted at everyone. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Tianlong and Ling Shan weren't here, and the highest ranked person here was only a small captain. They clearly didn't have the right to talk to a super being like this. At this moment, a car stopped outside, and Ling Shan walked out. She froze when she saw the scene in the headquarters. In the past month, because there was information about the activities of unfamiliar high-level cultivators everywhere, she, as the deputy director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, was simply overwhelmed with work. Basically, no matter where there were sightings, she had to personally investigate it. Although there was no detailed and accurate information so far, the number and strength of these unfamiliar high-level cultivators was really disturbing. She didn't expect to see something like this right after coming back. Logically speaking, as a Sky Class full mastery, she wasn't weak, but compared to Xue Jianfeng's aura, she wasn't even worth mentioning. They weren't on the same level at all. As shocked as she was, Ling Shan was still a vice director. She'd had a lot of experience in the past few years, and her temperament and courage weren't something a normal person could compare to. She calmed herself down and walked in. "What happened?" Ling Shan asked in a low voice. "Director Song, I don't know where this person came from, he just barged in for no reason." The injured old Wu reported. "You're the boss here." Xue Jianfeng turned around. He had been acting all high and mighty, but his eyes widened when he saw Ling Shan. There was actually such an alluring female practitioner in the world. She was so much stronger than those classical girls in the ancient pugilistic world. In fact, this was purely aesthetic fatigue. Just like how modern people would be shocked when they suddenly saw a classical beauty, it was the same for him, who came from an ancient environment, when he suddenly saw a modern beauty. This was a common characteristic of men. Not to mention him, who was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, even Aurus core stage experts and nascent soul stage experts were the same. There was no lack of beauties in the ancient pugilistic world, especially with someone like Leng Leng in his own sect. She wasn't below Ling Shan at all in terms of looks, but their styles were completely different. "I am the Vice Director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Ling Shan." "Who are you, sir?" Ling Shan asked, neither servile nor overbearing. She could tell that these two were the high-level practitioners that had been appearing recently, but their strength was simply too shocking. It was so strong that she couldn't accept it. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau had placed a lot of importance on this, even treating it as a top priority investigation, but they still underestimated these people's strength. Even the entire Supernatural Investigation Bureau combined wouldn't be a match for such a strong enemy. Ling Shan. Looks like the common world isn't completely useless after all. To be able to meet a beauty like Miss Song, this trip of mine has been worth it. Xue Jianfeng's attitude towards Ling Shan was a lot warmer. He said faintly, "I am Xue Jianfeng, from the Archaic Alliance." As he spoke, Xue Jianfeng purposely put on a nonchalant attitude. There was only Ling Shan in his eyes right now. As far as he was concerned, as long as he revealed his identity, a beautiful girl like Ling Shan would definitely bow down to him on the spot. The strong ruled, no matter where or when, this was a rule that would never change. Chapter 5064. Rumors had it that there was an even more ancient plane above the ancient plane, the primordial plane. This had always been a topic of discussion among the common practitioners, and while no one had ever been able to prove it, it was still a topic of discussion. In fact, almost everyone thought that the primordial plane was actually Sky Class Island. After all, they were both higher planes in the legends, and the names didn't seem to conflict at all. So, they thought that Sky Class Island and the primordial plane were the same place, just that no one had been there before. But now, after receiving the letter from Lin Yi, people like Ling Shan knew that Sky Class Island and the primordial plane were two completely different things. There weren't any primordial sects on Sky Class Island at all, and the structure of the 5 islands was completely different from what they'd imagined. There were no 5-element sect or everyday sect, and the similar named 5 elements commerce was created by Zhang Liju later on, completely different from the 5-element sect. As for where the legendary primordial plane was, or whether the primordial plane even existed, this was an unknown that could not be verified. But today, this super strong master that popped out of nowhere was saying that he was from the Primordial Alliance. Ling Shan's subconscious reaction was that the Primordial Alliance was just a small part of Sky Class Island, and that was why Lin Yi didn't notice it before. After all, she couldn't think of any other place that had a master like this. "You're from Sky Class Island, sir?" Ling Shan asked. "Sky Class Island." Xue Jianfeng was startled when he heard that. Then, he immediately smiled. He couldn't help but have a mocking expression on his face. You people of the secular world are ignorant. The Heaven-tier island is just a rumor. How can there be a Heaven-tier island in this world? The Primordial Alliance is the Primordial Alliance, don't mix them up. Really? Ling Shan's expression turned weird. Lin Yi's letter had confirmed the existence of Sky-class Island. There was no doubt about it, this guy was saying that Sky-class Island was just a rumor. Did he really not know, or was he pretending not to know? Of course it's true. I know that the highest level of the mortal world is the ancient sections. Our archaic alliance is an independent existence above the ancient sections. We stand at the peak of the cultivation world. What Heaven Stage Island? It's just a groundless rumor. It's just something that ignorant people fantasize out of thin air. Xue Jianfang lectured high and mighty. Ling Shan could pretty much confirm that this guy really didn't know anything about Sky-class Island. She didn't expect the Archaic Alliance and Sky-class Island to be two completely different things. This was something that surprised her greatly. So you're saying that all the high-level practitioners out there are from the Archaic Alliance? Ling Shan asked without a change in expression. Not bad. They are all disciples of my Archaic Alliance who came out to gain experience in the secular world. As for their strength, although it doesn't count for much in the Archaic Alliance, it's already an untouchable realm for your secular world. The disciples who came out to gain experience are all Foundation establishment experts. Xue Jianfang said proudly. A foundational master. Ling Shan, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest clue what he was talking about. They looked at each other, confused. What the hell was a foundational master? Oh, I almost forgotten, your secular world doesn't have a concept of what a foundational master is. The Foundation establishment realm is a whole new realm above the Heaven realm, which is also what you call the Heavenly Tao realm. Xue Jianfang's expression was like a city person looking at a country bumpkin. Heavenly realm. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. In fact, during their previous investigation, they had already discovered that the strength of these high-level cultivators was beyond common sense. However, because they did not directly fight with them, this thought was not strong. Many people felt that it was their illusion, and today, they finally got confirmation. These people were all Heavenly Realm. This result really frightened everyone and made them break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they had restrained themselves and did not act rashly. If anyone had rushed up and grabbed them, they would have died. They wouldn't even know how they'd died. That's right. Foundation establishment practitioners are just normal disciples in our Archaic Alliance. Above them, there are even more powerful Golden Core cultivators, and even the legendary Nascent Soul cultivators. Xue Jianfang wanted to show off in front of Ling Shan, which was why he'd said so much patiently. Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, he said with disdain, the common world is big, but when it comes to practitioners, you're just frogs at the bottom of a well. The things I'm talking about are things that you practitioners in the common world can't even imagine. Actually, it's a waste to tell you guys, since you'll never be able to touch these existences. Although they knew that they were being looked down upon, they still couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, what the other party said was the truth. The strongest experts that they could usually come into contact with were only at the peak of Heaven stage. They couldn't even imagine a Foundation establishment stage, let alone a Golden Core stage or Nascent Soul stage. Ling Shan, however, wasn't one of them. Other than not knowing about the Archaic Alliance, she'd learned about these realms from Lin Yi's letter. She knew even more than this. Listening to the other party's words, it seemed that Nascent Soul experts were the peak existences in the Archaic Alliance, but they were nothing in Heaven Stage Island. There were many experts above the Nascent Soul stage. It seemed that the level of the Archaic Alliance was much lower than Heaven Stage Island. Frog at the bottom of a well. He was probably talking about himself. He didn't even know about Sky-class Island, and yet he was acting like he was the number one in the Archaic Alliance. Wasn't he a frog at the bottom of a well? If that's the case, then the Archaic Alliance and us common practitioners should mind our own business. Then why are you here today, sir? Ling Shan asked. That's true, our Archaic Alliance has a rule that we can't disturb the order of the common world, otherwise, with all these Foundation establishment practitioners coming out to train, your common world would have been in chaos long ago. Xue Jianfang nodded high and mighty, finally getting down to business. We used to mind our own business, but things are different, we lost 2 disciples. What? Everyone was shocked. The Archaic Alliance was made up of Foundation establishment practitioners, and they were invincible in the common world. 2 of their disciples had died. Chapter 50-65. Everyone nodded. Their first thought was that the Archaic Alliance was fighting amongst themselves. Who else could kill a Foundation establishment practitioner other than themselves? I know it wasn't you guys, but what about other people? You're not trying to say that the department is in charge of all practitioners in the common world, are you? Xue Jianfang shook his head faintly. From what I know, there's never been anyone in the common world who's stronger than Sky-class full mastery. Saying that this has something to do with the common world doesn't make much sense. Ling Shan said, neither servile nor overbearing. This wasn't a child's play, it affected the entire common world, and she couldn't just admit it so easily. Don't be too confident. Of the 2 people who died in the Archaic Alliance, one was at the peak of the late Foundation establishment realm, while the other was at the late Foundation establishment realm. It's true that ordinary cultivators from the secular world wouldn't be able to kill them. However, the murderer was an anomaly, a cultivator in the form of a nascent spirit. Since the Supernatural Investigation Bureau claims to be in charge of cultivators from the secular world, I believe you should have some files on this matter, said Xue Jianfang confidently. A primordial spirit practitioner. Ling Shan paused, and the others did as well. What's that? You guys really don't know? Xue Jianfang looked at their blank faces, surprised. Even if you don't have accurate information, you should at least have some rumors about this practitioner, right? Nope, never heard of it. Ling Shan and the others shook their heads. Xue Jianfang couldn't help but choke. He could tell that they weren't faking it. No matter what, we Archaic Alliance disciples who died in the common world need to be accounted for. This primordial spirit practitioner needs to be investigated, and if you guys can't figure it out, then we'll have to do it ourselves. Ling Shan's heart tightened at the words. It was obvious what the guy was implying. Things would get out of control once the Archaic Alliance started investigating this, and things would get out of control if they weren't careful. The practitioners of the common world would have to face a sudden bloodbath. After a moment of silence, Ling Shan said solemnly, the department will investigate this primordial spirit practitioner. Since the Archaic Alliance has a rule of not disturbing the common world's order, then it's best to keep it that way. Very well. I believe in Miss Song's sincerity. Xue Jianfang nodded and didn't have the slightest intention to leave. He changed the topic and asked, you said you're the deputy chief here. I'll leave it to you to arrange a meeting with your bureau chief. I have something important to discuss with you. Chief Feng is not here. If there's anything, you can tell me directly. Ling Shan said, neither servile nor overbearing. She wasn't trying to act all high and mighty by saying this, it was just that she had more experience as a vice director. No matter what Xue Jianfang said, it would be easier for her to deal with it as a vice director. If it was Feng Tianlong, it would be a different story. There wouldn't be any room for negotiation. Sure, let's go somewhere else then. Xue Jianfang looked around and said. What he was going to say next was his own decision. Before it was done, he couldn't casually spread it around. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance to hear about it. Alright, please follow me. Ling Shan brought Xue Jianfang and Fei Yangxing to the meeting room and gestured for everyone to disperse. Both sides sat down in the meeting room, and Shui Jianfeng said proudly, "Our sect is recruiting a few disciples this time. As long as you have enough talent in the common world, you can come with me to the Archaic Alliance." Recruiting disciples. Ling Shan paused. She thought it was some bad news, not expecting him to be recruiting disciples back to the Archaic Alliance. She let out a breath of relief. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a bad thing. Archaic Alliance wasn't on the same level as Sky-class island, but it was still much stronger than the common world. But compared to the secular world, it was still much better. If there was such a chance, many practitioners in the secular world would be overjoyed. That's right. Of course, we're very strict when it comes to selecting people. Normal practitioners don't even enter our sites, but you, Miss Song, naturally meet the requirements. As long as you come with me, I'm sure you'll be able to reach Foundation establishment in no time. Even reaching my level isn't impossible. Shui Jianfang said with a "I'm taking care of you" face. As far as he was concerned, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the common world practitioners. After all, the path to the Archaic Alliance would only open again after 1,000 years. If they missed this chance, they'd have to continue struggling in the common world where the qi was thin. They wouldn't be able to advance even if they died. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they'd know what to choose between the common world and the Archaic Alliance. This girl he was drooling over clearly wasn't an idiot. Ling Shan's reaction, however, made his jaw drop. She didn't hesitate at all. "I appreciate your good intentions, sir, but I've never planned on leaving the common world." If she really wanted to, she would have gone to Sky-class island with Lin Yi. Why would she go to the Archaic Alliance? What? Shui Jianfeng thought he'd heard wrongly, frowning as he looked at Ling Shan's serious face. "Miss Song, you might not understand the difference between the Archaic Alliance and the common world. Let me put it this way, with the qi and resources of the common world, Sky-class full mastery is the limit you can reach. It doesn't matter if you're talented or not, but if you come with me to the Archaic Alliance, with the density of qi and resources there, you'll be able to reach the next level without a hitch. Think about the difference before you speak." As far as he was concerned, all practitioners would do everything they could to increase their strength, and some would even kill their loved ones for it. There was no way Ling Shan wouldn't do something like that, unless she was out of her mind. "It's fine, I've thought about it." "Thank you," Ling Shan rejected decisively. Seeing that Ling Shan was a rare beauty, Shui Jianfeng purposely lowered his attitude, but now that he was rejected, his face darkened. "Miss Song, my sect is one of the top sects in the Archaic Alliance. With my help, you'll have a great training environment. This is something no one else can give you. This concerns your future, and it's best if you don't make a decision casually, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Chapter 5066. Ling Shan couldn't help but frown. She'd already said that she wasn't going, so why was this guy still bugging her? Was everyone in the Archaic Alliance like this? She had to go if they liked her, and she couldn't even say no. Wasn't that a little too overbearing? "You don't have to make a decision in a rush. We won't be returning to the Archaic Alliance for a while anyway. You can tell me your answer the next time I come. I believe that Miss Song is a smart person, and you won't disappoint me." Shui Jianfeng put away his anger and smiled faintly. He also knew that he couldn't push her too hard. After all, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He guessed that the reason why the other party rejected him was because it was too sudden and she wasn't mentally prepared. She might even have doubts about what he said before. When the other party figured out all these things, she would naturally know what to do. Ling Shan didn't say anything, but since the guy had already put it that way, she couldn't go back on her attitude. She could drag this out for as long as she could, and she'd just reject him when the time came. The most important thing right now was to find someone to discuss a countermeasure with, just in case she got caught off guard by the Archaic Alliance. "I'll be taking my leave then. I hope Miss Song can think about this. Oh, right, don't forget about the spirit practitioner. Shui Jianfang said with Fei Yongxing as he left. It seemed like he was surprisingly easy to talk to, but Jianfang was actually taking a step back in order to advance. To be honest, he didn't believe that the department would be able to find that spirit practitioner. This way, he'd come back in a few days and he'd be able to use this as a pretext. At that time, he'd just have to make things difficult for Ling Shan, and she'd have to listen to him obediently. At the same time, he'd find some decent practitioners from the common world and bring them along. These people probably wouldn't have the guts to go against the Archaic Alliance, and they'd probably be overjoyed. After all, people like Ling Shan who rejected his invitation were rare. Ling Shan breathed a sigh of relief after the two left the department. The others weren't in the mood to do anything anymore, and they surrounded her to ask about the situation. Do your job well. After I report to Chief Feng, you will naturally know what you need to know. Ling Shan waved everyone away and called Tianlong, telling him everything that had happened. Tianlong was still out of town on a business trip, and wouldn't be back anytime soon, so she could only contact him through the phone. Yeah, I've heard about the primordial spirit cultivators, but it's surprising that they want to recruit disciples from the common world, Feng Tianlong said after listening to the story. What do we do? Ling Shan asked. How about this, you arrange for everyone to focus on the Yuan spirit cultivator. Although this might be a lie, we still have to investigate it. We can't let them use this as a pretext, Feng Tianlong ordered. Yes. Ling Shan replied. As for the second thing, we definitely can't give them the information on the practitioners in the common world. If they have ulterior motives, the consequences will be unimaginable. But we can't just leave them be. We'll find some time to go through the list and do an internal screening. We'll pick out the ones with the highest potential, and we'll act according to the circumstances, Tianlong said after some thought. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Ling Shan hung up and gathered all the members of the investigation department, starting a targeted search for the practitioner. Everyone knew that the chances were slim, but they had no choice but to try as much as they could in a situation like this. After making the arrangements, Ling Shan didn't stay in the department and went to the villa in the Shuashang district. She had to report this to Chen Tian and the others. Chen Tian and the others jumped in fright when they received the news, dropping everything they were doing without hesitation. By the time Ling Shan pushed open the door, everyone was already there. What Ling Shan didn't know was that after she walked in, two figures appeared in the bushes not far behind her. It was Shui Jianfang and Fei Yongxing. With their strength, it was a piece of cake for them to follow someone in the common world. Even a sky class like Ling Shan wouldn't be able to detect them. Interesting, there's actually so many sky class masters in this place. Looks like this Ling Shan's background isn't simple at all. No wonder she rejected my invitation. Shui Jianfang rubbed his chin with interest. The great circle of the heaven realm was already the peak of the secular world's strength, and a large number of them had gathered in this room. They were practically invincible existences in the secular world. Senior Brother Shui, should we go in? Fei Yongxing asked. Go in. What for? Capture them on the spot. We're here to recruit disciples, not kidnap. Use your brain. Shui Jianfang glanced at him faintly. Some of them look quite talented. Let's write them down first, we'll just ask for them next time. Yes, Senior Brother Shui, you're the wise. With Senior Brother Shui here personally, these disciples will definitely be much better than the other sections. The head will definitely remember this, Senior Brother Shui, Fei Yongxing said respectfully. Shui Jianfang's face immediately became a bit more complacent. He didn't do this for the sake of making a contribution. More importantly, once he brought these disciples back, they would naturally become part of his faction. To an ambitious person like him, the benefits were self-evident. Alright, we should get down to proper business. The occult investigation department won't be able to find that Yuan practitioner by themselves. We'll need the people from the Archaic Alliance, Xue Jianfang said as he left with Fei Yongxing. In the villa, Ling Shan and the others didn't notice anything at all. After hearing Ling Shan's details, they all fell silent, worried. These people are all sky practitioners, this is a bit troublesome, Qin Tian frowned. Yeah, this Archaic Alliance popped out of nowhere, and it's completely different from Sky Class Island. These people aren't on the same level as us at all, we won't be able to handle them with our strength, Yu Bing said solemnly. Chapter 50-67. If only Lin Yi Bro was here, he'd have a way, Ziyu said suddenly. That's for sure, with boss Lin Yi's strength, that Xue Jianfang isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes, and he's acting all high and mighty, asking sis-in-law Ling Shan to come with him, he's just asking to die, Kong Xiaobo said angrily. But we don't have a way to contact Lin Yi boss right now, even if we wanted to write him a letter, we wouldn't be able to get him to come back, Qin Tian smiled bitterly. Water from afar can't quench thirst right now, we can only rely on ourselves for this. Right, we need to tell Senior Lin Dongfang as well, maybe he'll have a way. Qikuan slapped his forehead. Right. Everyone nodded. Lin Dongfang's performance last time had left a deep impression on them, dealing with a couple of Sky-class full mastery was like child's play to him. Maybe he'd have a way to deal with this as well. Also, sis-in-law Ling Shan, the spirit practitioner you mentioned just now, it sounds like the Archaic Alliance came up with an excuse, but if it's true, we might be able to do something about it, Qin Tian said thoughtfully. What do you mean? Ling Shan didn't understand, and the others looked confused as well. Think about it, this Archaic Alliance is coming at us aggressively, and with our strength in the common world, we have no way to fight back at all. Even if they have a rule that says they can't disturb the order of the common world, rules are dead, and people are alive. As long as one of them wants to disturb the common world, they can just find an excuse to do so easily. That Xue Jianfang is the one doing it, isn't he? Qin Tian said. That's right, it's obvious that he's using this as an excuse, Ling Shan nodded. Using the fact that 2 disciples of the Archaic Alliance had died as an excuse to barge into the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Not only did he force the secular world to investigate, he even took the opportunity to suggest recruiting disciples with outstanding aptitudes from the secular world. He even wanted Xue Jianfang to leave with him. It could be seen that Xue Jianfang's focus wasn't on this primordial spirit cultivator. This was purely an excuse. So, looking at the big picture, it's not just us, but all the practitioners in the common world are faced with 2 choices. One is to submit to the Archaic Alliance's tyranny and do whatever they say, Qin Tian analyzed. Isn't that too infuriating? Ling Shan and the others frowned, they weren't as strong as them, but this was the common world, what right did the Archaic Alliance have to call the shots here? That's right, it's infuriating, if there's pressure, there'll be resistance. It'd be fine if the Archaic Alliance chose to go easy on us, but if they find an excuse to force things, I'm sure most of the powers in the common world won't be satisfied, especially the ancient sects and noble houses. Yu Bing nodded. It wasn't hard to understand, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. These people used to be the masters of the common world, but suddenly they had to bend their knees and listen to someone else's orders. This wasn't something they could get used to in a short amount of time. Unless the Archaic Alliance went all out and massacred all the powers in the common world, that was the only way they'd be able to intimidate everyone. Fortunately, there weren't any signs of that happening yet. Then we only have the second option, of course, we don't have the strength to do that, so we can only try our best to work with them on an equal footing instead of obeying them without any principles. Qin Tian sighed. Equal footing. Is that even possible? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The premise of an equal cooperation was that both sides had to be on the same level. Although there were many cultivation powers in the mortal world, and all of them added together could be considered huge, they paled in comparison to the Archaic Alliance. There was practically no comparison. It doesn't sound very reliable, but it's not impossible if you think about it. Think about it, if the Supernatural Investigation Bureau were to unite all the powers in the common world, everyone would be on the same side. Even the Archaic Alliance wouldn't be able to let their guard down, right? Chen Tian said. That's right. That's a good suggestion. Usually, it's not very practical to unite all the powers, but this is a special situation. The Occult Investigation Department might be able to take the lead. Yu Bing agreed. Alright, I'll discuss this with Chief Feng. We'll do it as soon as possible. Ling Shan nodded, but was still a little worried. But even so, our individual strength is still too far away from the Archaic Alliance. It'll be hard for us to fight for the right to speak, right? After all, strength determined the right to speak. Being strong in the common world, they could at most guarantee a chance to talk, but when it came to specific matters, their individual strength wouldn't have the right to speak, and they'd still be at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, a group of kids wouldn't be able to change their weak position in front of the adults. Even if they fought on the spot, they'd only get beaten up. Even if they fought for a chance to talk, they'd still be led by the nose by the adults. What if that primordial spirit practitioner is one of us? Chen Tian asked. Everyone froze at the words, only reacting after a long while. Yu Bing clapped his hands. Old Wu, you're good. Not bad, not bad. If that primordial spirit practitioner really exists, then he's definitely not from the Archaic Alliance. He's very likely a part of the common world, it's just that we've never paid attention to him before. Plus, he has a grudge with the Archaic Alliance, so it shouldn't be too hard to get him on our side. Since this primordial spirit practitioner can kill two of them, he must be very strong. I'm sure he'll be a threat even to them. That'll make things easier. Chikuan nodded. This was like a group of children suddenly appearing out of nowhere and being able to beat up the adults. Even if the adults still had the advantage, at least they wouldn't dare to be as unscrupulous as before. After all, if they really forced the other party into a corner, they would flip the table and get beaten up. You're right, even if we can't find this primordial spirit practitioner, we still have Senior Lin Dongfang. At least we'll be able to hold the fort. Kong Xiaobo added. Chapter 5068. Lin Yi wouldn't know whether he should laugh or cry if he'd heard this discussion, but he'd really have to give them a big thumbs up for their foresight. It had been 3 years, and Ling Shan and the others had matured quite a bit. They were able to keep their cool in a situation like this, and their strategies were organized and organized. They were starting to look like generals now. After the discussion, unless there was something urgent, everyone else stayed in the villa. This was a critical time, and it wasn't enough to just leave 1 or 2 people behind. They had to gather everyone's strength to defend the villa. After all, the Archaic Alliance's people were all Sky Dao practitioners, and any one of them would be powerful. Just the few of them alone wouldn't be enough. Ling Shan, on the other hand, went back to the investigation department to look for the primordial spirit practitioners while discussing with Tianlong. They were preparing to form an alliance of the common world sects, and the first thing she needed to do was to contact the ancient sects and warn them not to get into conflict with the Archaic Alliance. At the same time, she wanted to test out what the alliance would be like. The reactions of the ancient sects were almost the same. Other than expressing their gratitude to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau for the reminder, they were somewhat ambiguous about the matter of unifying the front line. They also knew that at this point, uniting was the best choice, but after all, it was a matter of great importance, and the sects had to discuss it for a while. The most important thing was, who would be the leader after unifying the front line. In any alliance in the history of practitioners, fighting for power and profit was the mainstream. The investigation department was the best choice, and there wouldn't be much opposition from the common world or the hidden world, but these ancient sects were different. It was impossible to make them lower their heads unless someone as strong as Lin Yi came out. Ling Shan couldn't help but feel a little impatient. At this rate, she didn't know how long it'd take for them to form a united front, especially if the Archaic Alliance found out about this and split them up. That'd be even more troublesome. What Ling Shan didn't expect was that the Archaic Alliance was already making their move before she even had the chance to sound out the ancient sects. What? Something happened to Snowy Valley. Chen Tian and the others were shocked. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but they said that 2 Sky Dao practitioners came to cause trouble, wanting to forcefully take away the talented disciples from Snowy Valley. They got into a fight, and many people from Snowy Valley were heavily injured. Ling Shan said solemnly. A Heavenly Dao realm expert? That means he's from the Archaic Alliance. As expected, he's ambitious. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Another message popped up, and Ling Shan's face changed drastically as she looked at it. Tang Yin's mother's injured as well. Those bastards. Everyone paled in fright, and a surge of anger filled the villa. Mrs. Tang had nothing to do with them, but she was Lin Yi's mother-in-law. Lin Yi had asked them to guard the house, and they couldn't even protect Mrs. Tang. How were they supposed to face Lin Yi in the future? No, we can't take this lying down. Let's go to Snowy Valley. Chen Tian said furiously. Alright, so what if it's the Archaic Alliance, so what if they're Sky Dao practitioners? As long as we fight with our lives on the line, we'll have a chance. The others were furious as well. But what about Meng Yao and the others? Ling Shan frowned. She couldn't take this lying down, but if they acted rashly and left Meng Yao and the others with no one to take care of them, it'd be too late for regrets. They looked at each other, and were about to discuss when a voice came from the second floor. Are you talking about those unconscious beauties upstairs? Don't worry, just follow me to the Archaic Alliance. Everyone was shocked when they saw this person walking down the stairs. They surrounded him as if they were facing a great enemy. Chen Tian shouted coldly, Who are you? How did you get in here? Who am I? Didn't she introduce you? After saying that, the newcomer calmly sat down on the sofa, not paying attention to the group of heaven-rank Great Perfection heaven-rank experts. Everyone turned to Ling Shan, and her face was filled with shock and rage. Xue Jianfeng. She gritted her teeth. Chen Tian and the others felt even more pressured. None of them expected Xue Jianfeng to appear in the villa all of a sudden, even walking down from the second floor. All these Sky-class masters didn't even notice him at all. This strength was truly frightening. Why are you here? What did you do to Meng Yao and the others? Ling Shan asked, giving Ziyu and the others a look. Ziyu and the others rushed up to the second floor to check. Don't worry, I'm still a big disciple of the Archaic Alliance. I'm not that despicable. Those women are unconscious, what can I do to them? Xue Jianfeng said faintly. Is that so? Ling Shan and the others didn't really believe him. It wasn't until Ziyu and the others went downstairs and made sure that Meng Yao and the others weren't touched, that they breathed out in relief. Okay, I can answer your first question now. Why am I here? The reason is simple, I couldn't find you in the investigation department, so naturally, I had to come here myself. Xue Jianfeng said proudly. Ling Shan couldn't help but jump. As slow as she was, she'd already realized that she was being followed by this bastard. Ling Shan couldn't help but feel very vexed. She really was too careless. She knew that this guy was up to no good, and yet she still walked right into the villa. If something were to happen, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself even if she died 10,000 times. Actually, she was just overthinking things. With Xue Jianfeng's strength, it was extremely easy for him to follow anyone here. Unless she didn't come to the villa to meet with everyone, this was the inevitable result, and she couldn't be blamed at all. Alright, since you're here, give us an explanation. Last time you said that you wouldn't disturb the order of the common world, but now? Don't tell me you don't know what your Archaic Alliance did to Xue Gu. Ling Shan said angrily. Chapter 5069. What do you mean? Ling Shan and the others all frowned. There's a lot of archaic sects coming to the common world for training, and I don't know which sect did this Shuegu thing you're talking about, but I'm sure that it has nothing to do with us. Shui Jianfeng's tone was as if he had nothing to do with this matter. He then said, "You see, my temper can be considered very mild. I even gave you such a long time to consider the matter of the disciple selection. The others are all directly asking for you. Have you thought it through? I've said it before, I'm definitely not going to Archaic Alliance. What you're doing has already broken the order of the common world. Do you want to be enemies with all the sects in the common world?" Ling Shan said forcefully. "Enemies with the common world?" Shui Jianfeng said with a surprised look on his face. "What nonsense are you talking about, Miss Song? All the sects in the common world added together aren't even as strong as any of the archaic sects, so there's no possibility of us being enemies at all. Our archaic alliance has never seen the common world as an enemy, or the common world would have been destroyed long ago. So you're saying that the archaic alliance doesn't care about the common world at all, and whenever you see a disciple with good potential, you just take them away. Is that what you're trying to say?" Chen Tian said in a low voice. "That's a bit harsh, but the meaning isn't wrong. It's just that some people are a bit more extreme in this, and I'm a bit more gentle. That's why I'm trying to reason with you guys." Shui Jianfeng nodded indifferently. He glanced at everyone and said, "I see that your group's aptitude is pretty good. It's quite rare to be able to cultivate to the great circle of the heaven realm in such a lousy place like the mortal world. How about this, all of you follow me back to the ancient alliance. That way, you can look out for each other. Miss Song, is that fine?" Everyone paused. This guy really knew how to take advantage of the situation. Not only did he want to take Ling Shan, but he also wanted to take them. "Oh, and those unconscious beauties upstairs, you can bring them back to Archaic Alliance as well. I don't think you guys can cure them, but I have a way, but it has to be an Archaic Alliance. What do you think?" Shui Jianfeng said. "You can cure them?" Ling Shan and the others couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Meng Yao and the girls' conditions hadn't worsened in these 3 years, but they weren't getting any better either. Who knew what would happen if this went on? If there was a chance to cure them, it'd be great. Of course, what the secular world can't do doesn't mean that the Archaic Alliance can't. Shui Jianfeng pretended to be profound. "Really? Then why don't you tell me why Meng Yao sis and the others are unconscious?" Ziyu interrupted. "Ugh, this." Shui Jianfeng was at a loss for words. He didn't know why Meng Yao and the other girls were unconscious at all. As for the Archaic Alliance being able to cure them, that was bullshit. The only reason he said that was to trick the girls back to the Archaic Alliance. Don't look at how all the girls were unconscious, each and every one of them was devastatingly beautiful. When Shui Jianfeng entered just now, he took a glance at them and immediately drooled with desire. Thus, he couldn't help but have the thought of building a harem. If he brought all these beauties back, that scene would simply make him unable to stop even thinking about it. See, I knew you were a liar." Ziyu crossed her arms and smiled coldly. Ling Shan and the others reacted as well, glaring at Shui Jianfeng. They were too worried, and seeing his expression, they knew that he was up to no good. "I, Shui Jianfeng, the #1 of the young generation in Archaic Alliance, didn't think that I'd be called a liar in the secular world. It seems like it's really hard to be a good person. I've been telling you guys so much, but it's useless. I guess I'll have to learn from the other sections." Shui Jianfeng's face changed. "What do you want?" Ling Shan and the others said warily. "What do I want? Needless to say, I'll take you away forcefully today. I'd like to see who dares to say no." Shui Jianfeng's embarrassment turned into rage, and his attitude changed as he reached out to grab Ling Shan. Ling Shan panicked at the sight, quickly retreating to dodge. Chen Tian and the others all charged forward, but their speed couldn't compare to Xue Jianfeng's full mastery. With just a bit of strength, Xue Jianfeng was already at Ling Shan's side, grabbing her arm. "I'll take you back to Archaic Alliance right now. Let's see who can stop me." Xue Jianfeng laughed loudly. But before he could finish laughing, the person he grabbed looked at him like he was a pervert. "Oi oi, men shouldn't touch each other, please behave yourself." "What?" Xue Jianfeng froze. The voice belonged to a man, and it turned out that he wasn't grabbing Ling Shan at all. It was a man's arm, and this person wasn't even in the villa at all. "Who are you? You want to steal my girlfriend, but you don't even know who I am. Is that appropriate?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. Lin Yi. Ling Shan and the others froze, rubbing their eyes and even pinching themselves to make sure they weren't dreaming before rushing up to Lin Yi. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Yi would come back at a time like this. "Guys, I'm back. Leave the rest to me." Lin Yi turned around with a smile. He had a lot of things he wanted to say, but it was better to get rid of this fly first. "He's a sky practitioner from Archaic Alliance. You have to be careful, boss." Everyone was excited and overjoyed, but they still remembered the threat that was Xue Jianfeng. Otherwise, they would have charged up and surrounded Lin Yi already. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Lin Yi smiled, not minding it. In fact, it was thanks to Fei Yangxing that he was able to rush back in time this time. Originally, he would not have come back so quickly. On the way, he planned to use the spiritual sense energy of that piece of coke to restore his strength. However, after discovering that Fei Yangxing had come to the villa through the spiritual sense imprint last time, he immediately knew that something was wrong, so he gave up on his plan to rush back as soon as possible. Chapter 50-70. That's right. Not only is he their boss, but he's also the dumb girl's boyfriend. Lin Yi winked at Ling Shan, and Ling Shan looked at him with wide eyes. She was pleasantly surprised, but also filled with sweetness. "Dumb girl." Xue Jianfeng paused and saw the sweet look on Ling Shan's face as she looked at Lin Yi. He couldn't hold back his anger and smiled coldly. "I don't care what kind of bullshit boyfriend you are, I'm taking Miss Song with me today. Anyone who tries to stop me will die." With that, Xue Jianfeng's body flashed once more as he pounced towards Ling Shan, only to bump into Lin Yi, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. His face changed drastically as he staggered, barely managing to stop himself. "Your Archaic Alliance isn't a gangster alliance, is it? Why are all of you like this, trying to steal the good stuff, fuck the pretty girls? We're all civilized people, can't we have some morals?" Lin Yi said, speechless. "You're calling me a gangster?" Xue Jianfeng's face was green. "That's right, and I don't have a good temper. My hands always itch when I see gangsters, so there's no helping it. I'll have to trouble you." Lin Yi said as he took a step forward and slapped Jianfeng's face. Slap. The slap was crisp and clear, and Jianfeng couldn't help but be stunned. He touched the red palm print on his face in disbelief, his expression turning savage. "You dare hit me? Didn't anyone teach you to hit people to death? You're so weak, you don't even know how to hit people. The common world is full of trash." "Oh. You think I'm weak? This is the first time I've heard such a ridiculous request in my life. You're from the Archaic Alliance, after all, and I wanted to save you some face. Since that's the case, I won't hold back." Lin Yi shrugged and slapped him again. Bang! Jianfeng fell down on the spot, his entire body sinking into the floor, unable to get up for a long time. Hee, it seems the Archaic Alliance isn't that great. They can't even take a beating. How can they be so thin-skinned? Lin Yi smiled faintly. He hadn't been idling on the train for the past 2 days. With the help of the starring charcoal's majestic divine sense energy, his strength had already risen to the great circle of Foundation establishment. Dealing with Xue Jianfeng, who was also at the great circle of Foundation establishment, couldn't be any easier. Even though his current primordial spirit could not fight enemies of a higher level than his main body, it was still an invincible existence in front of experts of the same level as him. However, what made Lin Yi a little regretful was that he didn't know why his strength had stopped at the Foundation establishment great perfection. It was almost impossible for him to recover to the gold core stage. He didn't know what was missing. Fortunately, for now, the strength of the Foundation establishment great perfection was enough. Ling Shan and the others cheered at the scene. They had absolute confidence in Lin Yi's strength, but Xue Jianfeng was no ordinary person. Even they didn't expect this Sky Dao practitioner to be so weak in front of Lin Yi. It took him a long time to get up, and he quickly took a few steps back when he saw Lin Yi in front of him. Just who are you? He's that primordial spirit practitioner. Sun Baimei and the others died in his hands. Fei Yangxing, who'd been waiting outside, rushed in after hearing the commotion. Primordial spirit practitioner. It wasn't just Xue Jianfeng, but Ling Shan and the others as well. How did Lin Yi become a primordial spirit practitioner all of a sudden? Fei Yangxing, you really aren't afraid of death. I was merciful last time and let you off the hook. You dare come again? Lin Yi glanced at him. Fei Yangxing almost pissed his pants. If it weren't for Xue Jianfeng, he'd probably be kneeling on the spot. Please don't misunderstand, Senior, I didn't want to come, it's Senior Brother Xue, what did you say? Xue Jianfeng was enraged when he heard that. He wanted nothing more than to cripple this spineless Fei Yangxing. He pointed at Lin Yi and snorted coldly, I was just careless and underestimated my opponent. You can't possibly think that a mortal Yuanshan like you can be my opponent, can you? Is that so? I also think that you're ridiculously weak, an embarrassment to the Archaic Alliance. Are you ready then? You're not careless, are you? Lin Yi looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Humph, you're nothing but an ant when I get serious. I'm the number one of the Archaic Alliance's younger generation. You have no right to be cocky in front of me. Xue Jianfeng humphed coldly. All right, I'll take that as a sign that you're ready. Lin Yi's expression was strange as he smiled faintly. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared in front of Xue Jianfeng, raising his hand and giving him another slap. Xue Jianfeng was startled. With his strength, he didn't even see how Lin Yi got there, and by the time he reacted, Lin Yi's slap was already on his face. He didn't even have a chance to dodge before he fell to the ground again. You said you didn't use enough strength the first time, and you said you weren't ready the second time. What excuse do you have for the third time? Lin Yi looked at him, calm and unruffled. Ling Shan and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. They'd all been pressured by Xue Jianfeng to the point where they couldn't even breathe, and now Lin Yi was back and things turned out like this. How satisfying. It took Xue Jianfeng a long time to crawl up from the ground with great difficulty. The 3 consecutive slaps were all on the right side of his face. At this moment, the right side of his face was already very swollen. Even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize his pig face. You. Just who are you? Xue Jianfeng would be an idiot if he still didn't realize that he'd run into someone strong. The first 2 times he'd been able to use carelessness as a cover, but the third time was a different story. He had clearly dodged with all his strength, but an indescribably powerful and mysterious true qi suddenly pressed him to the ground, and even the true qi in his body was forcibly suppressed to the point of disorder. The key point was, he could vaguely hear a low and deep dragon roar. This result left him horrified. His opponent seemed to have the aura of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, while he was clearly the strongest peak Foundation establishment cultivator in the Archaic Alliance. But in front of this person, he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. Just where did this person come from? He couldn't possibly be from the mortal world, could he? Chapter 50-71. Don't go too far. Xue Jianfang held his right cheek, raging. His left cheek, which was the only part that wasn't damaged, was now green and red. He saw that Lin Yi was about to slap him again, and he quickly retreated 10 meters away. Luckily, the living room was big enough, or he wouldn't be able to escape. Go too far. You're the one who's going to steal my girlfriend, and you still have the face to say that. Lin Yi was amused at the look on his face. He crooked his finger. Come here, I promise I won't kill you. We don't know who's going to kill who yet. Snow sword, unsheath. Xue Jianfang roared, and a soft sword that was wrapped around his waist was unsheathed, piercing towards Lin Yi at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The surrounding temperature dropped drastically, and everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. Xue Jianfang wasn't just for show, after all. His title as the strongest Foundation perfection practitioner in the Archaic Alliance wasn't just for show. Other than the difference in strength, he was also trying to numb Lin Yi's senses. Now that his qi was flowing smoothly again, he revealed his true strength. Ling Shan and the others were all shocked at the scene. This guy could actually control a sword from afar. This was a legendary skill. They all broke out in cold sweat for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't feel anything at all. As long as the qi release was strong enough, controlling a sword from afar wasn't difficult at all. The sword technique was the deciding factor. Xue Jianfang was just a Foundation perfection practitioner, and to Ling Shan and the others, he was nothing in Lin Yi's eyes. He'd seen Lu Ziyu's sword skills with his own eyes, and compared to him, this Xue Jianfang wasn't even worth looking at. He wasn't even worthy of his attention. However, for some reason, Xue Jianfang's sword technique gave him a feeling of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, he couldn't think of a reason, and could only shake his head. The flexible sword pierced straight towards Lin Yi's face. If it was Lin Yi's original body, even if he let it stab freely, Xue Jianfang's sword probably wouldn't be able to break through his Xinqi defense. However, Lin Yi was only a primordial spirit of Foundation Establishment Great Circle. Even if he had the upper hand in terms of strength, he didn't dare to be so careless. Lin Yi's figure flashed and reappeared. In an instant, he had easily thrown the flexible sword behind him. Then, he did not stop and directly pounced towards Xue Jianfang, who was in the opposite corner of the wall. He raised his hand as if he was going to give him another slap. Wait, aren't you afraid that I'll kill them? Xue Jianfang smiled viciously. He was still in the air, and while it was difficult to kill Lin Yi, if he were to change his target to Ling Shan and the others, he'd definitely be able to kill them all. Ling Shan and the others' faces changed when they heard that. With their strength, there was indeed no way they could dodge. All of them started cursing the guy for being shameless. You guys forced me to do this, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Xue Jianfang laughed coldly as he pointed at Lin Yi. If you really think there's something, you'd better kneel down and apologize. Who knows, I might let them go. Otherwise, He didn't expect that Lin Yi wouldn't care at all, slapping him in the face without hesitation, not forgetting to mock him. It's not wrong to have a low IQ, but if you have to come out and embarrass yourself, then that's your fault. This guy was a madman. Xue Jianfang jumped in fright at the scene. He thought that Lin Yi wouldn't just let these women and lackeys be slaughtered. Even if it was just an act to win their hearts, he'd at least be able to find a chance. Who would have thought that Lin Yi didn't care about these people's lives at all? Fine, since you're forcing me to die, then I'll let all of them die with me. Xue Jianfang gritted his teeth and swore. He tried his best to dodge Lin Yi's slaps while controlling his flexible sword to start a massacre. But in the next moment, he suddenly froze. Where was his flexible sword? Bam! Without any suspense, Xue Jianfang fell to the ground with another slap from Lin Yi. This guy was still searching for his soft sword with all his might, and finally found a pile of scattered metal shards on the ground. His mind went blank as he mumbled in disbelief. How did this happen? He'd been manipulating the sword from a distance, and the speed of the sword was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Yi had only dodged the first slash, and then came straight at him. How did the sword break like this? Hard to understand. Such a normal sword technique, and you're playing with it from afar. I can just use a wave of killing intent to take care of it. This isn't your trump card, is it? Lin Yi curled his lips as he looked at Xue Jianfang's soulless face. Xue Jianfang spat out a mouthful of blood, furious and shocked. He'd suffered too much today. Why do I suddenly feel like this guy's a bit pitiful? Ziyu's lips curled up. He's kicked a metal board, acting all high and mighty in front of boss Lin Yi. Doesn't he know how to look at himself in a puddle of piss? Does he really think he can act all high and mighty in Archaic Alliance? That's like he hasn't seen the world. Serves him right, Chen Tian grinned. The others all laughed as well. It was indeed frightening, but Lin Yi dealt with it so effortlessly. Such a miraculous move made them all excited. Lin Yi smiled as well. It had been 3 years, and they hadn't changed at all. He couldn't help but feel emotional as he thought of the girls on the second floor. 3 years had passed, and he still hadn't found a way to cure them. His strength had increased a lot, but he still hadn't seen Zhang Liju. How much longer could they wait for him? While everyone was talking and laughing, Xue Jianfeng, who was on the ground, suddenly moved. However, this time, he did not think of a desperate counterattack. That was simply wishful thinking. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to escape from this villa. He was giving it his all to run for his life. He shot out like a cannonball towards the nearest window. Ling Shan and the others gasped. If Xue Jianfang were to make it back and add fuel to the fire in front of the Archaic Alliance, it had become a world war between the Archaic Alliance and the Common World sects. Chapter 5072. Since you're so dishonest, I'll have to be a bit more ruthless to keep you in line. Lin Yi smiled coldly as he stomped down on Xue Jianfang, who screamed in pain. His entire body was in shock. Lin Yi's stomp didn't just cause him pain, it crushed his dantian. Even the strongest practitioner would be a cripple if their dantian was destroyed. Xue Jianfang's life would be over if he didn't have some sort of miracle in the future. The cries of pain didn't stop, and even the security guards were alerted. Lin Yi picked up a piece of cloth and stuffed it into Xue Jianfang's mouth, and only then did Xue Jianfang calm down. He lay on the ground in despair, not moving an inch. There was no longer any of the confidence and arrogance he had before. Even his eyes were filled with despair. Dumb girl, get someone to bring him back to the secret investigation department and lock him up. Use whatever methods you need, and get as much information as you can about the Archaic Alliance. See what they're up to, there's no need to go easy on scum like him. Lin Yi turned to Ling Shan. Oh. Ling Shan was just staring blankly at Lin Yi, only coming back to herself when everyone's weird gazes landed on her. She quickly used the excuse of making a phone call to hide. You're a vice director now, but you're still so dumb after 3 years. Lin Yi smiled, speechless. His eyes landed on Fei Yongxing. Fei Yongxing was scared out of his wits. Yin Jiping and Sun Baimei had been killed by Lin Yi, and now it was Xue Jianfang, who was even stronger than him. Lin Yi's strength was already deeply ingrained in his mind, and he couldn't bring himself to resist at all with his foundation intermediate stage strength. Mercy, Senior. I really had nothing to do with this. I was only forced to be his driver. I didn't do anything. Senior, please don't cripple me. I surrender. Fei Yongxing's kneeling posture was still perfect. His heart, on the other hand, was terrified. After all, Lin Yi had let him go last time, and now he was in Lin Yi's hands again. Even if he didn't do anything to Ling Shan and the others, who knew what Lin Yi was thinking? In fact, Lin Yi didn't intend to start a massacre. Seeing that the man was so sensible, he nodded and said, "All right, you can stay with me. We'll have to deal with people from the Archaic Alliance in the future. I just happen to be lacking an internal guide." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy, thank you for your mercy." Fei Yongxing was overjoyed. As long as he could keep his life and his dantian, everything else was negotiable. Being Lin Yi's follower and guide was a little like defecting to the enemy, but the Archaic Alliance didn't have much higher standards for morality compared to the common world, especially when it came to something like his life and dantian. There was no need to make a choice. Xue Jianfang was crippled, and Fei Yongxing surrendering. This sudden storm had finally come to an end. Ling Shan and the others finally had the chance to surround Lin Yi. Looking at these familiar faces, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Starting from Ling Shan, everyone gave him a bear hug, regardless of gender. To him, everyone here was his family. These 3 years, it's been hard on everyone. Lin Yi said emotionally. "Boss, what are you talking about? This is what we should be doing. There's nothing hard about it." Chen Tian said. "Yeah, boss, you're still treating us like outsiders. You're breaking our hearts." Yu Bing, Qikuan, and the others joined in. Fine. I said the wrong thing, alright. Who asked you guys to be on the same boat as me? You deserve to die from exhaustion, alright. Lin Yi raised his hands in surrender. That's more like it. Chen Tian and the others smiled. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Ziyu suddenly came over and sniffed Lin Yi from head to toe. She frowned. "Lin Yi bro, what's that smell on you? You're not looking for women again, are you?" "Ha." Lin Yi paused. Seeing Ling Shan and the others trying to stifle their laughter, he realized that he was a Yuan Xin. How could he smell like that? He was almost tricked by this girl. The reunion didn't last long, however, because Ling Shan suddenly remembered the news she just received. She quickly told Lin Yi about what happened in Snowy Valley and how Mrs. Tang was injured. "How dare you!" Lin Yi was in a good mood, but he was furious after hearing this. "Time is of the essence, I'm going to Snowy Valley right now. You guys wait here for me." "All right." Everyone nodded. After seeing the fight between Lin Yi and Xue Jianfang, they knew that they weren't strong enough to help. Lin Yi, on the other hand, would be able to do what he could if he went himself. Lin Yi was about to leave when he thought about it and went to the second floor to check on the unconscious girls. He felt their pulses one by one and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that there were no changes. In a situation like this, the fact that there were no changes was good news. His main body was already a mystic ascension early phase, and once he became a magnate, Lin Yi believed that his chances of finding Zhang Liju would be much higher. Zhang Liju might be mysterious, but if they were at the same level, then their activity areas would overlap. Naturally, they would run into each other. He believed that as long as he could find Zhang Liju, the girls would be saved. Coming out of the villa, Lin Yi had Fei Yongxing with him. He was still the driver, but he was driving for Xue Jianfang, and now the boss was Lin Yi. What surprised Lin Yi was the fact that Fei Yongxing's driving skills weren't bad at all. He didn't care about the traffic rules at all, but his speed was really fast. It was supposed to be a private car, but Fei Yongxing was able to turn it into a super sports car like he was on steroids. Lin Yi was speechless at the thought. But his driving style was to Lin Yi's liking. Lin Yi wanted to get to Snowy Valley as soon as possible. If this guy drove like a snail, he'd have to do it himself. This saved him a lot of energy. "What's your relationship with that Xue Jianfang?" Lin Yi asked from the front passenger seat. Senior, he's the big disciple of our sect, and he's the one leading the training in the common world. I don't dare disobey him, and that's why this happened. Fei Yongxing replied carefully. Chapter 5073. Snow Sword School, Fei Yongxing answered. What's that? Snow Sword School. Which snow and which sword? Lin Yi was shocked when he heard that. Snow as in snow, sword as in saber. Fei Yongxing gave Lin Yi a strange look. He had just told him the name of his school. Was there a need to be so excited? Lin Yi was immediately stunned. Not only did it sound like the same name, even the words were exactly the same. There really was no such thing as a coincidence. If he did not know that the primordial underworld and Heaven Stage Island were two different things, he would have thought that this was Heaven Stage Island's Snow Sword School. Heaven Stage Island and the primordial underworld had nothing to do with each other. They were two completely isolated planes. This kind of thing was impossible. Although he felt that it should be a pure coincidence, Lin Yi faintly felt that something was wrong. Because he suddenly thought of Xue Jianfeng's move. It seemed to be a bit similar to Heaven Stage Island's Snow Sword School. He did not know whether it was an illusion or the truth. After all, Lin Yi had only seen a few moves of Snow Sword School from Wei Xinjin. At most, he had a general feeling, but he could not be sure. By the way, do you know which school Leng Leng is from? Lin Yi asked. She is also from our Snow Sword School. Fei Yongxing could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. Because he had bad intentions towards Leng Leng last time, whenever Lin Yi mentioned the name, he would be terrified. He was afraid that Lin Yi would react and settle the score. So, last time, his answer was very vague. As a result, Lin Yi did not hear that they were from the same school. Leng Leng is also from your Snow Sword School. Lin Yi was immediately interested. He continued to ask, then tell me about your Snow Sword School. Yes, but I am just an ordinary disciple in the school. I actually do not know much. At most, I only know some things that everyone knows, Fei Yongxing said weakly. Tell me everything you know, Lin Yi said lightly. Yes, our Snow Sword School is a first-rate school in the Archaic Alliance. Our disciples are generally stronger than other schools. In other schools, many Foundation Establishment disciples are core disciples, but in our Snow Sword School, they're only the first step to becoming a formal disciple. Only people like Senior Brother Xue, who are at the peak of Foundation Establishment, or people like Leng Leng, who are extremely talented, can become a core disciple of the school, Fei Yongxing said honestly, not daring to hide anything. Lin Yi thought for a while. Only masters in the Foundation Establishment realm could become official disciples. From this point of view, it was not much different from the Heaven Stage Island. After all, the official disciples of the three pavilions in the North Island were also in the Foundation Establishment realm. If the disciple's strength surpasses the peak of Foundation Establishment realm and reaches the Golden Core realm, then they will automatically be promoted to Martial Uncle. In our Snow Sword School, seniority is based on strength. Although the real master is still called master in private, on the surface, if the disciple also reaches the Golden Core realm, then they will have to call each other senior brother, Fei Yongxing continued. This showed the difference between the archaic Jianghu and Heaven Stage Island. Golden Core realm masters were only inner sect disciples on Heaven Stage Island. If one wanted to become a martial uncle, they had to be at least at the nascent soul realm. Above the Golden Core realm, I heard that our Snow Sword School has nascent soul realm old monsters, but I have never seen them in person. As for the higher levels, I don't know. Fei Yongxing looked at Lin Yi with eager eyes. This was all he knew. If Lin Yi wanted to ask more, he really could not do anything. Seeing this, Lin Yi's face immediately darkened. Watch the road when driving. What if you hit someone? Can you afford to pay for it? I can't afford to pay for it. Fei Yongxing immediately burst into tears. Last time, when they passed by a village entrance, an old lady fell down dozens of meters away. She insisted that he hit her and would not let her go unless he paid for it. She even called a group of people from the village. He was a middle-stage Foundation establishment realm master, but he was scared by a group of ordinary people. Thinking about it made him sad. They traveled as fast as lightning. When Lin Yi and Fei Yongxing arrived at the Snow Valley, everyone in the Snow Valley was in a panic. The slightly stronger Heaven Realm disciples were almost all injured. On the contrary, the weaker disciples mostly escaped because they were not taken seriously. At this time, almost all the Snow Valley disciples were gathered in the small square. They all looked at the four people in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. A feeling of despair and fear spread among them. It was no wonder that they were so helpless. Any one of these four people could beat all their strongest disciples. There was no way they could fight them. Have you all made up your mind? I've said it before, delaying any longer won't do you any good. As long as the disciples I've pointed out obediently follow me, nothing else will happen. It's obviously a win-win situation for everyone, so why bother asking for trouble? The leader of the group said arrogantly. Everyone in the Snow Valley was silent. The new Snow Valley head coughed out a mouthful of black blood. These archaic alliance bastards were not here to recruit disciples. They were clearly here to dig up the foundation of the sect. The disciples he called out were all talented and the sect's hope. If they were all taken away by him, the Snow Valley would be destroyed. They would never be able to rise again. Wishful thinking. These disciples have been painstakingly raised by the Snow Valley. This is their home. They are people of the Snow Valley when they live, and ghosts of the Snow Valley when they die. A Snow Valley elder struggled to stand up and scolded. Noisy. The leader of the group cursed coldly. He casually waved his hand and the elder was sent flying, leaving behind a dazzling trail of blood. This scene once again caused the people of the Snow Valley to tremble with fear. From top to bottom, even the most powerful Grand Elder had been severely injured. How could they fight against the other party? Eldest senior brother, in my opinion, let's not talk nonsense with them. Just drag these disciples away. Once they enter the ancient Jianghu, they will naturally know what is good and what is bad. Why waste time with them here? A bearded man next to him suggested. Fine. Originally, I wanted to end this peacefully and not give people anything to talk about. But since they are so untactful, there is no other way. The leader nodded. As soon as he said this, the other two followers immediately shouted and attacked. The people of the Snow Valley turned pale with fright. At this time, they had no power to resist. They couldn't even escape. There was only despair. Chapter 50-74. Who is it? The leader and the bearded man beside him jumped in fright. Someone who could send two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators flying without making a sound. How could there be someone like that in Snowy Valley? You people from the Archaic Alliance really don't care about what you do. I thought Xue Jianfeng was shameless enough, but you guys are even more shameless than him, coming out in broad daylight to kidnap people. Don't you know that's against the law? You'll be executed by firing squad for 5 minutes. Lin Yi looked at the two unkindly. What firing squad for 5 minutes? The leader paused and looked closely at Lin Yi and Lin Yi. He obviously didn't recognize Lin Yi, but he did recognize Fei Yongxing, who was behind Lin Yi. Aren't you from the Snow Sword School? Is this guy from the Snow Sword School too? Why haven't I seen him before? To be able to casually kill two middle-stage Foundation establishment experts with a single move, his strength was at least in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Even in the Snow Sword faction, he would be able to obtain a position as a core disciple. The immemorial martial world was only so big, and the core disciples of the various sects would almost always see each other. Under normal circumstances, he should have at least met them a few times. Lin Yi didn't even look at him as he headed straight for Mrs. Tang, who was in the crowd. Mrs. Tang's injuries weren't that serious, just that she'd been hit by the shockwave. She'd been moaning and groaning when she saw Lin Yi. She jumped up with a whoosh, overjoyed. Why are you back? When did you get back? Auntie, I just came back. I'm sorry I didn't take good care of you. Lin Yi said guiltily. Mrs. Tang was a snobbish person, but she'd always treated him well. She'd try her best to get anything for him. Now that Tang Yin was unconscious, Lin Yi had to take good care of them. Snowy Valley was supposed to be a peaceful paradise, but now something like this had happened. The archaic alliance's image in Lin Yi's eyes had dropped to the freezing point. It's fine, it's fine. It's good that you're back. How's Yin? Mrs. Tang asked. It's still the same for now, but I'm sure I can find a way to cure her. Lin Yi's expression darkened, and he said, Auntie, please sit down first, I'll heal you. Aw. It's fine, it's fine. I'll be fine after a few days. Lil Yi, you should think of a way to get rid of these people. Mrs. Tang's face was still twitching from the pain, but now that they were facing a formidable enemy, she could still distinguish the severity of the situation. She knew that Lin Yi was the only savior of the Snow Valley, and she did not want to distract him. Auntie, you don't have to worry. It won't be long. Besides, I don't care about cats and dogs that don't know the rules. As Lin Yi spoke, he began to heal Mrs. Tang. The people of Snowy Valley heard this, and although they felt some hope in their hearts, most of them still thought that he was deliberately mystifying things. As far as they were concerned, Lin Yi was strong, but these were all Heavenly Tao cultivators. Could Lin Yi be stronger than them? The two from the Archaic Alliance exploded in anger when they heard this. The leader gave Big Beard a look, telling him to go check on the two mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples. The results shocked him. Both of them were heavily injured, and they were on their last breaths. Beating two mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples to the brink of death in one move was far more difficult than directly killing them. This was clearly because the opponent had deliberately controlled the damage. Such strength was truly shocking. I am Qinkuan Sect's eldest senior brother, Yu Xingliang. What sect are you from? Why don't you report your name? The leader shouted. Lin Yi still did not look at him, and continued to heal Mrs. Tang. Fei Yangxing saw this and could only bite the bullet and say, the disciples here are suitable to cultivate our Snow Sword School's mental cultivation method, but your Qinkuan sect is one step ahead of us and forcefully snatched them away. Isn't that against the rules? Humph. There is someone here who matches our Cosmos Gate's aptitude. You, a mere ordinary disciple of the Snow Sword faction, dares to step forward and say such words to me. Do you think you are Shui Jianfeng? You actually dare to snatch someone from me? Yu Xingliang said contemptuously. Fei Yangxing immediately choked and snuck a glance at Lin Yi. This person was much more ruthless than Shui Jianfeng. Even Shui Jianfeng, the number one of the Archaic Alliance's younger generation, had been beaten half to death by him, and even his Dantian had been crushed. In front of such a ruthless person, how could Yu Xingliang be any better than Shui Jianfeng? However, he could only think this in his heart. He didn't dare say it out loud. Seeing that Lin Yi was still indifferently healing Mrs. Tang, Fei Yangxing could only bite the bullet and say, You've misunderstood. Our Snow Sword School has no intention of snatching people away. Whether or not they want to join our sect is entirely up to them. We definitely won't force them. After all, Shui Jianfeng did the same thing as Yu Xingliang. It was just that his method was milder. However, what Fei Yangxing said was the absolute truth. Even Shui Jianfeng, who led the team out to train, had become a cripple. If the Snow Sword faction wanted to recruit more people, they would not dare to force their way in. The Snow Sword School has always been hypocritical, but everyone knows what kind of shady business you've been doing in private. You don't have to pretend to be a good person in front of me, do you? Even if Shui Jianfang was here, Yu Xingliang, will definitely take in all of these disciples from Shui Valley. Yu Xingliang said and suddenly released a powerful aura. It was another Foundation Establishment Great Circle expert. The faces of the people of the Snow Valley all changed. Before, it was only the two mid-stage Foundation Establishment experts who attacked. Now, Yu Xingliang's strength seemed to be many times stronger. How could they live? Could Lin Yi withstand it? Fei Yangxing saw this and quietly took 2 steps back. It was fine for him to say some polite words to buy time, but if he really had to fight with someone like Yu Xingliang, he wouldn't even dare to die. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one move. When my Qinkuan sect does things, those who stand in our way will die. Yu Xingliang said ruthlessly. At the same time, he gave a look to the bearded man next to him. The bearded man immediately rushed toward the people of the Snow Valley. His aura was only slightly weaker than Yu Xingliang's. He was actually a peak late-stage Foundation Establishment expert. The people of the Snow Valley were shocked, but soon they realized that they were thinking too much. The bearded man wasn't coming for them. From the beginning to the end, the bearded man only had one target, and that was Lin Yi. Chapter 50-75. Hee, go to hell. Big Beardy's mouth curved into a sinister smile as he swung his hand towards the back of Lin Yi's head. Once it hit, Lin Yi's head would immediately be split open. However, before he could finish his attack, Lin Yi continued to heal Mrs. Tang's injuries and send out a wave of murderous aura without even turning his head. Big Beardy was sent flying with a howl, just like the other 2 mid-stage foundational cultivators. He landed heavily on the ground tens of meters away and couldn't get up again. The crowd was dead silent as they looked at Lin Yi without a shred of doubt in their eyes. This guy wasn't just bragging, he really did have the ability to look down on these Sky Dao cultivators. Yu Xingliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought that Lin Yi had the advantage of sneak attacks, which was why he could easily deal with the 2 mid-stage foundational cultivators. He didn't think that even Big Beardy wouldn't be able to take a single hit from him. One had to know that Big Beardy was only slightly weaker than him. Only Fei Yangxing was prepared for this. After all, even Shui Jianfang ended up like that, not to mention these guys from Qinkuan sect. He was a little sad when he saw Shui Jianfang getting beaten up, but now that it was someone from Qinkuan sect, Fei Yangxing felt a strange sense of satisfaction. These arrogant guys deserve to be beaten up. Alright, Auntie, move around a bit. Lin Yi carefully examined Mrs. Tang's injuries, and only stood up when they didn't affect her anymore. He signaled Mrs. Tang to walk 2 steps. Mrs. Tang performed a square dance in front of everyone, and it was only after the song was over that she exclaimed in surprise, "It's really all healed. There's no injury at all, and it doesn't hurt at all. You're amazing. It's good that it doesn't hurt anymore. Auntie, rest here for a bit. I'll help you vent your anger." Lin Yi smiled and walked towards Yu Xingliang. "What do you want?" Yu Xingliang couldn't help but reveal a bit of nervousness. Seeing what happened to Big Beard, even a fool would know that Lin Yi was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Although he was the proud and arrogant Qinkuan sect's eldest senior brother, a dignified Foundation Establishment realm master, he really didn't have much confidence in facing Lin Yi. It was a pity that he was now riding a tiger and it was hard for him to get off. He had aggressively brought people to the Snow Valley to snatch the disciple, but not only did he fail to snatch the disciple, his subordinates were all killed. Looking at the situation, even he himself was in a difficult position. At this time, he could neither advance nor retreat. As the senior disciple of the Qinkuan sect, he could not possibly abandon his junior disciple and run away, right? Nothing much, it's just blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. Whatever you guys did to the people of the Snow Valley, you'll have to pay back double. You're from the Archaic Alliance after all. You should at least have this basic understanding, right? Lin Yi laughed coldly as he cracked his knuckles. Hearing this voice, Yu Xingliang was frightened and took 2 steps back. He put on a brave front and said, "Who the hell are you? You're too courteous. I'm not a saint, I'm just a commoner. I can't compare to your Archaic Alliance. Your Archaic Alliance is so powerful that you can snatch whoever you want. This kind of thing can't be done in the secular world. Human traffickers are guilty of the most heinous crimes. If you catch them, you'll be shot for 5 minutes." Lin Yi said in a mocking tone. Even if Yu Xingliang did not understand, he could tell that it was definitely not a good thing. His originally arrogant face suddenly turned purple with anger. Killing intent surged from his body as he said with a fierce expression, "Boy, even if you're not weak, you're only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Do you think you can challenge the Archaic Alliance? If you know what's good for you, bow your head and admit your mistake, then today's matter will end here. I can let these Snow Valley disciples go, but if you continue to pester me, then wait for the Archaic Alliance to exterminate your sect." Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. He looked him up and down and said, "If I'm not wrong, you seem to be begging for mercy." Yu Xingliang was speechless. Asking to stop here and promising to let the Snow Valley disciples go was indeed begging for mercy. After all, Lin Yi's performance just now was too shocking. If he really fought with Lin Yi one-on-one, he might not have much chance of winning. In this kind of situation, taking the initiative to retreat was the wisest choice. However, all masters wanted face. He thought that this was at most a negotiation. He was the Qinkuan sect's eldest senior disciple. How could he beg for mercy from a commoner? It's the first time I've seen someone pleading with such a fresh and elegant demeanor. Let me give you a friendly reminder, at least act more professional next time you beg for mercy. That tone of yours is very easy to misunderstand as bickering, and you'll get yourself a beating." Lin Yi said as he glanced at Fei Yongxing. When it came to begging for mercy, this guy was the real model. He knelt when he said he would, without any hesitation. Yu Xingliang's face alternated between green and white. It took him a long time to recover. He thought that although this guy's mouth was harsh, at least he was tactful and didn't dare to challenge the entire Archaic Alliance. He snorted coldly and said, "The mountains will never change, the rivers will always flow." "Wait." Lin Yi immediately interrupted him and curled his lips. "Don't talk to me like we'll meet again someday. Did I say that you could leave? You're not even begging sincerely. Do you think I'll spoil you? Do you think I'm your father? You've gone too far." Yu Xingliang was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation in the Archaic Alliance. He no longer cared about the comparison of strength and madly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xingliang was already in front of Lin Yi. Each of his palms was surrounded by a powerful true qi. The 2 true qi were completely different in nature. One was sharp like a blade, while the other was heavy like a mountain. The former focused on attack, while the latter focused on defense. It was the Qinkuan sect's signature heaven and earth palm. "Your palm technique is not bad, but it's a pity that you're a bit lacking." Lin Yi smiled faintly as he tilted his body and dodged Yu Xingliang's first palm. If it were anyone else, they would have been exposed a long time ago. Yu Xingliang, however, was able to use his other palm to block the attack. He was, after all, the big brother of Qinkuan sect, and he had the strength to back it up. With this heaven and earth palm, Yu Xingliang's strength was definitely at the top of the great circle of Foundation establishment experts. Even Xue Jianfeng, who was known as the strongest great circle of Foundation establishment in the Archaic Alliance, would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against him. At most, his chances of winning were slightly higher. Chapter 5076. After dodging his opponent's first palm strike, Lin Yi casually pointed a finger at Yu Jingliang's face. Yu Jingliang hurriedly raised his palm to defend. Lin Yi's fingers seemed ordinary and without any momentum, but the more it was so, the more he was shocked. If Lin Yi's momentum was shocking, then it would have been fine. But now, he could not understand it at all. In the end, Lin Yi's finger was really just a casual finger, without any power to speak of. Yu Jingliang barely had to use any true energy to defend himself. Was this guy just bluffing? Yu Jingliang suddenly felt humiliated, as if he had been played like a monkey. He could not help but counterattack with all his strength. But in the end, he relaxed a little, and in the exchange of attack and defense, he only revealed a slight flaw. Lin Yi's fingertip immediately drew a blue arc. The arc instantly pierced through the true energy protecting Yu Jingliang's body. He felt numb all over, and by the time he reacted, Lin Yi had already swept his face with 1,000 fiery legs. He was kicked 100 meters away and fell to the ground vomiting blood. The blue arc and the 1,000 fiery legs. The power of Lin Yi's moves was actually not much stronger than the heaven and earth palm. The reason why the battle was so one-sided was purely because of the difference in intelligence. Yu Jingliang, the eldest senior disciple of the Qinquan sect, seemed experienced, but against an existence whose body was comparable to a giant of the mountain opening stage, he was really too inexperienced. Everyone from the Snow Valley was shocked to see this scene. The Qinquan sect had 4 Heavenly Dao stage experts, but none of them could survive a full exchange with Lin Yi. Just how strong was this Lin Yi? Humph, what archaic alliance, you ignorant little bastards. You have the guts to provoke the Snow Valley. Now you know the consequences. Mrs. Tang saw this and immediately became lively. She pointed at the heavily injured Yu Jingliang and the others and took the opportunity to scold them. Her scolding skills left Lin Yi in the dust. In the end, she did not forget to say proudly, I have already told you that my son-in-law is very powerful. He can kill you little ruffians with one kick. Look, you are finished. Everyone looked at each other. When did this woman say that? She didn't even know that Lin Yi could come back to save the day. If he really said that, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? However, no one really cared about such things at this time. Everyone knew that Mrs. Tang was this kind of person, and she was the closest person to Lin Yi. The reason why Lin Yi rushed over to help was mostly because of her. Otherwise, the storm today would have ended tragically. Valley Master Shui. What do you plan to do with these 4? Lin Yi asked the new Valley Lord. The people of the Snow Valley were instantly energized. The tables had truly turned. Just a moment ago, Yu Jingliang and the others had been riding roughshod over them. Who would have thought that the situation would be reversed so quickly? Seeing the 4 of them in such a pathetic state, it was truly a relief. We will follow President Lin's decision, the new Valley Lord said hurriedly. This time, more than half of the Snow Valley disciples were injured. Everyone hated Yu Jingliang and the others to the core, but she did not dare to deal with them casually. After all, they were from the Archaic Alliance. The Snow Valley would still not have peace. All right, then tell them to scram. I will take care of the Archaic Alliance. Lin Yi gave Fei Yangxing a look. This guy was born to be a lackey. He immediately went up and kicked the 4 half-dead people off the ground. Although Yu Jingliang and the others were too injured to move, they gritted their teeth and crawled out of the Snow Valley. They were afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his word and kill them to silence them. But these people were clearly thinking too much. Lin Yi had no plans to completely fall out with the Archaic Alliance. After all, his Yuanshan could not stay in the mortal world forever. And right now, he only had the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was not enough to crush the entire Archaic Alliance. So unless he had no other choice, he would not easily start a massacre. Lin Yi's decision was a little unexpected, but looking at Yu Jingliang and the other three's pitiful faces, the people of the Snow Valley were relieved. Other than regretting that they couldn't take revenge with their own hands, they didn't really have anything to complain about. Many thanks to President Lin for helping us out this time. On behalf of all the disciples of the Snow Valley, I cannot thank you enough. President Lin's great kindness will always be remembered, the new Valley Lord said solemnly. You are too kind. The Snow Valley and I have a deep relationship. This is all part of my duty. There is no need to thank me. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. Suddenly, he remembered Sydney's instructions and asked, "Oh right, how has the Snow Valley been these past few years?" Everything has been fine for the past few years, except for today's storm. The new Valley Lord smiled bitterly, then looked up and down at Lin Yi. With some surprise, he asked, "President Lin, you've returned. Has everyone else returned as well?" That's not it. My situation is a little special. This time, I'm the only one who returned. Lin Yi shook his head. Seeing the Valley Lord's hesitant expression, he laughed. You want to ask about Sydney's situation, right? She's doing very well. When I returned this time, she asked me to bring a message for you all to rest assured. Oh, that's good, that's good. Hearing this, everyone in the Snow Valley heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. The former Valley Lord, Sydney, was very popular here. President Lin, let's go into the house and have a seat. I'll get someone to prepare a banquet. Although you and the Snow Valley have a deep relationship, you've helped us out this time. We should at least show our appreciation, the new Valley Master of the Snow Valley suggested. Yeah, it's rare for you to come back. Why don't you stay here for a few more days? Mrs. Tang chimed in. She had gotten a lot of treasures from the Snow Valley in the past few years, and she was planning to give them to Lin Yi in secret. Auntie, I really can't stay here this time. I have to go back to East Ocean City as soon as possible. The Archaic Alliance can't be delayed, Lin Yi said. I see. Mrs. Tang didn't know what to say. If it was something else, she would have held on to Lin Yi without a second thought. However, the Archaic Alliance was not a small matter. Especially after today's dangerous experience, even she knew that if she didn't handle this well, it would be a big problem. Everything else could be delayed, but this matter couldn't be delayed. Everyone in the Snow Valley had the same thought, and they immediately said, if that's the case, then we will wait for President Lin's arrival when we have time. Chapter 5077. Fei Yongxing was still driving like a madman. First it was Shui Jianfeng, and now it was Yu Jingliang and the others. The guy's attitude towards Lin Yi was getting more and more respectful. The strong ruled, after all, and that was the rule no matter where they went. If I let Yu Jingliang and the other three go back, what do you think the Archaic Alliance will do? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Ugh. Fei Yongxing choked. At this moment, he felt ashamed of being a traitor. But he quickly threw it to the back of his head and said weakly, it should be very nervous. First, Sun Baimei and Yin Jiping from the evil warding sect were killed. Then, Shui Jianfeng from the Snow Sword faction had his Dantian crippled and was imprisoned in the Mystery Investigation Bureau. Now, Yu Jingliang and the others from the Qinkuan sect were tortured. Any one of these incidents would cause a huge commotion. Now that all of these incidents were stacked together, the entire Great Ancient Alliance was in a state of panic. And the cause of all this was Lin Yi. Everyone thought that the training in the secular world would be easy and pleasant. But with Lin Yi's interference, the Archaic Alliance wouldn't be happy anymore. What will happen after the nervousness? Will there be any follow-up actions? Like sending people to take revenge? Lin Yi continued to ask. This was the question he was most concerned about. If the Archaic Alliance were to lose control of themselves after this series of provocations, they'd start massacring the mortal world. That would be troublesome. They won't directly send people to take revenge. After all, the Archaic Alliance is just a loose alliance. As long as it's not their own sect that's in trouble, they'll just laugh at the other sections. I don't think they'll be so kind as to stand up for other sections. I think they'll at most inform the disciples to be careful. Fei Yongxing carefully guessed. Although this answer was a little suspicious, it was the most likely situation. After all, the Archaic Alliance wasn't a monolithic one. There would always be new and old grudges between sections. Unless there was a disaster, they wouldn't easily work together. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Do you have a way to contact the disciples who are out for training? Do you know how to contact Leng Leng?" Leng Leng's whereabouts was another important matter in Lin Yi's heart. Although she had a phone on her, the result of several attempts was that her phone had been turned off. According to Lin Yi's guess, it was most likely out of battery. Moreover, Leng Leng might be hiding in some deep mountain forest to train, so there was no way for her to charge her phone. Otherwise, she would not have left it alone with her passion for the phone. It's not really a way to contact them. It's just that every sect has their own special mark. When disciples go out to train, they will leave a special mark to contact others. It's the same for our Snow Sword School, Fei Yongxing answered. Lin Yi was speechless. This method was too old. It was purely the primitive method of the ancient Wulin. In modern times, this method was no different from casting a net in the sea. It was unrealistic to use this method to find Leng Leng, unless Leng Leng was nearby. The probability of that happening was even lower than winning the lottery. Tian. Fei. Leng Leng, Yang. Tian, Lin, Fei Yongxing looked at him helplessly. I'm not close to her. How would I know something you don't know? But he didn't dare to complain to Lin Yi's face. He thought about it and said, the ancient passage will close in a year. All the disciples will gather at the entrance of Shenangjia Formation. You should be able to find Leng Leng. All right. Lin Yi nodded. He had heard about this from Leng Leng before, and he confirmed it with Fei Yongxing. Now that he knew that there was a way to locate Leng Leng, he wasn't in too much of a hurry anymore. It was better to return to Donghai first. Back at the villa in the district, Chen Tian and the others, other than Ling Shan, who was on duty at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, were still there. They were all waiting at the door, waiting for Lin Yi's return. "Boss, how's the situation in Snow Valley?" Chen Tian asked. "It's fine. It's the Archaic Alliance's Qinkuan sect messing around. I chased them away after beating them up." Lin Yi smiled. You're the best, boss." Everyone cheered as they escorted Lin Yi into the room. Lin Yi stopped abruptly and turned to Fei Yongxing, who was following behind the group. "Go guard the door, don't even think about running away. I told you that I've marked you with my consciousness, and I'll kill you if you dare take half a step out of the door." Yes, don't worry, Senior. I won't run, not even if you kill me." Fei Yongxing quickly swore to the heavens and became a guard. Ziyu was happy to see this. She turned to Chen Tian, "Master Wu, there's a new guard for you. You can rest now." That's what I wanted. Now I can go prepare dinner for everyone. You guys just wait for the feast." Chen Tian grinned and went into the kitchen to cook. He'd actually been preparing for this dinner, and it didn't take long for it to be served. Everyone sat around the table, laughing and chatting. Other than Meng Yao and the others who were still unconscious, it was a perfect scene. Before dinner, Lin Yi called Lin Dongfang to report to him. The old man was ready to come out again after receiving the news from Chen Tian and the others, but when he learned that Lin Yi was back personally, he didn't care anymore. He even said that if Lin Yi couldn't even solve a small problem like this, then he'd be eating shit for 3 years on Sky Class Island. Lin Yi almost choked to death. Although he knew that old Lin believed in his abilities, he was more willing to believe that there was another reason. The old man must have been having too much fun with Aunt Qing. He must have been busy doing those inappropriate things all day long. Even if he didn't die from ejaculation, his legs must have been too weak to walk. Say hi to Aunt Qing for me, and tell her to take it easy, don't squeeze your old bones dry. Lin Yi yelled into the phone. Scram! Old Lin was still full of energy. Lin Yi hung up the phone with a laugh. Everyone was waiting for him to sit down, and they couldn't wait to ask, "Boss, how did you come back this time? Why are you alone?" Chapter 5078. Is this the Yuanshan they were talking about? The group was puzzled. This question had been on their minds ever since they saw Lin Yi, and they'd been holding it in for an entire day. That's right. I look like a normal person right now, but this isn't a real physical body. It's just a Yuanshan condensed from my consciousness. Not only is my strength far below my main body, but I can't stay in the common world forever. I'll have to go back when my consciousness is used up, Lin Yi nodded. That mysterious. Boss, you're too amazing. The group had a look of confusion on their faces. At their level, it was hard for them to truly understand the concept of a Yuanshan projection. The only thing they felt was that this thing was just too amazing. It was like an illusion. Then how long can you stay this time? Ling Shan and the girls were focused on a different thing. I'm not too sure, but a few months shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yi said after some thought. As long as his Yuanshan didn't collapse like last time, a few months shouldn't be a problem. It might even be longer than he expected. He still had the starring charcoal that Ling Ling gave him. Just a few months. Ling Shan and the girls were evidently dissatisfied. They'd been separated for 3 years, and they only had a few months to reunite with each other. Plus, they had to deal with this archaic alliance thing. He didn't really have much time to spend with them. Don't be discontented. There's still a long way to go. Once I heal Meng Yao and the others, I'll have plenty of time to spend with you guys, Lin Yi comforted with a smile. You said it yourself, you can't go back on your words, the girl's eyes lit up. Alright, I won't. Lin Yi smiled. Let's talk about the archaic alliance first. I've gotten quite a bit of information. The disciples they sent to the common world are all at Foundation establishment level, the so-called Sky level. They'd be newbies on Sky Class Island at most, but they're very strong in the common world. That's why they caused such a huge commotion. No wonder these people act all high and mighty, acting all high and mighty in front of boss. They're all just newbies, I thought they'd be more powerful. Xiaobo said with a curl of his lips. I've tested them out before. These people from the Archaic Alliance all think that Sky Class Island is just a legend, and they think that Archaic Alliance is the ultimate holy land for practitioners. They even said that we mortals are frogs in a well. That tone was too funny, I almost couldn't hold it in, Ling Shan laughed. No matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger. Even I know that, but these people from the Archaic Alliance don't understand that. Seems like they're nothing much, Ziyu said with disdain. Ha, even you've improved. Lin Yi smiled. That's true, but at least in the common world, the Archaic Alliance does have what it takes to be superior. Plus, they didn't come to the common world to be enemies with us, they just wanted to recruit some talented disciples. It's not a bad idea, but these sects think they're high up, and once they do something, it'll be like Snow Sword and Qinkuan sect. It'll be easy for things to go wrong. This was the truth. If the Archaic Alliance really wanted to do something to the common world, even he wouldn't be able to stop it. He'd been recovering his strength for a month already, and the common world would have been massacred 8 to 10 times over. This won't do. At this rate, there'll be a second and third Shuegu, and the grudges will only get deeper and deeper. We'll have to be enemies then, Yubing frowned. That's right, if too many people die, it'll be an eye for an eye, and it'll be impossible for us to make peace, Chen Tian and the others nodded. They didn't like the Archaic Alliance, but they'd never thought of starting an all-out war with them. Even if they had a super master like Lin Yi on their side, the Archaic Alliance's overall strength was much stronger than the Common World's. If they really fought, the Common World's lives would be lost, and that was an outcome no one wanted to see. Strictly speaking, the Archaic Alliance has suffered 3 losses in my hands already. Releasing those 4 from Qinkuan's sect will definitely attract attention. It's time to have a good talk with the people in charge, we can't let them do as they please, Lin Yi said solemnly. The Common World didn't have the power to negotiate with the Archaic Alliance, but now that there was an anomaly like him, there was a chance for them to sit down and talk. After all, the Archaic Alliance weren't idiots, and going all out wouldn't do them any good. Instead, more people would die in Lin Yi's hands, and that wouldn't be worth it. Yes, that's what we were thinking, Chen Tian and the others nodded. Chen Tian and the others nodded. They were thinking of using a primordial spirit practitioner to intimidate the enemy, but they didn't expect their boss to be that mysterious primordial spirit practitioner himself. This made things even more convenient. But where do we go to find these people? Kong Xiaobo asked. That's easy, Shui Jianfeng's locked up there. We just need to interrogate him, Ling Shan said. No need for all that trouble, they're actually in Shenangjia. That's the portal to the archaic small Jianghu. We'll find them there for sure, but as far as I know, the Archaic Alliance is a very loose organization, and the people who came out to the Common World to train probably don't have any high-level people. I don't know if there's anyone who can really make decisions, Lin Yi frowned. The group was speechless. The worst thing that could happen was that they'd talk to the Archaic Alliance, but that person's words didn't work, and the other ancient sects were still doing whatever they wanted with Qinkuan's sect. They'd really be coughing up blood if that happened. What's the point of guessing here? Isn't there a guard outside? It's better to ask him than to guess, right? Ziyu curled her lips. Yeah. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Yi called Fei Yangxing in, who's the person in charge of the Archaic Alliance. Chapter 5079. No leader. Lin Yi's frown deepened. Then when something big happens this time, you people from the Archaic Alliance would gather together to discuss countermeasures, right? You're just saying your own thing, and there's really no one who can lead the way. Fei Yangxing thought for a moment and said, that's not necessarily the case. Although it's up to each sect to decide, there's an Uncle Master leading the expedition in the secular world this time. However, everyone feels that the expedition in the secular world isn't difficult at all, so that Uncle Master isn't in charge of anything. He's only in charge of opening and closing the primordial passageway. Who is it? What's his strength? Lin Yi asked. It's a leader of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. His name is Xianijia. I heard that he is a master at the early stage of Gold Core Realm. He is the strongest among all the people in the secular world this time. He may show up this time, but I don't know whether he will come out to take charge or not, Fei Yangxing said carefully. After all, the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island had not suffered any losses so far. Instead, competitors such as the Snow Sword sect and the Qinkuan sect suffered losses. Xianijia was likely to continue to ignore them. If the other sects were all badly hurt in the secular world this time, the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island would be the dominant sect in the future. The Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Lin Yi was stunned. What the hell? Why do the names of these archaic sects coincide with the Heaven Stage Island? He could ignore the Snow Sword sect, which could be regarded as a pure coincidence. But now there was another one, and it was called the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. You won't tell me that there are Soaring sect and Xuanji sect in the Archaic Alliance, will you? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask with a strange expression. Yes, the 3 sects in the North Island are like brothers, and each of them is a first-class sect in the Archaic Alliance. Many of the elders in the Alliance are from the 3 sects in the North Island. Senior, how do you know this? Fei Yongxing felt a little strange. In his opinion, although Lin Yi was powerful, he was just a primordial spirit in the secular world. There was no reason for him to know about the small Jianghu in the primitive times. After all, the primitive passage only opened once in 1,000 years. Lin Yi ignored him. At this moment, he was completely speechless. If this was a fucking coincidence, his head could be twisted off and kicked like a ball. Just a moment ago, he said that the people of the Archaic Alliance were narrow-minded and thought that Heaven Step Island was just a rumor. But now, a bunch of sects with the same name as Heaven Step Island had popped up, especially the 3 great gates of the Northern Island. Lin Yi believed that there must be some kind of connection between the two. It was just that this connection might not be known by ordinary disciples. So, if I were to negotiate with the Archaic Alliance, this Axayanijia that you mentioned is the only candidate. Lin Yi put aside his doubts and returned to the topic at hand. Yes, he is the only one who can suppress the other primordial sects in terms of status and strength. If even he can't do it, then no one can. Fei Yongxing nodded. Yes, he is the only one who can suppress the other primordial sections. Okay, then go and tell him that the president of the Cultivators Association, Lin Yi, has invited him to meet at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Lin Yi said immediately. This. Fei Yongxing immediately flinched. He was now a traitor to the Archaic Alliance. Although the incident with Xue Jianfang should not have been spread back, he still felt very guilty. Asking him to pass a message to Axayanijia at this time would be playing with fire. Why? You don't want to go? Lin Yi's face darkened. No, senior, I will definitely do as you say. Fei Yongxing was shocked and quickly said, but I can only try my best. I can't say that I will definitely meet Uncle Master Axayan. I just hope that I can pass the message. Should I go now? Go. Lin Yi nodded and then said, oh, by the way, go there and ask about Leng Leng. Maybe she has already gone back. Yes. Fei Yongxing left immediately, carrying Lin Yi's spirit imprint on him. No matter what Lin Yi told him, he had to do it. He wouldn't dare say no. Ziyu called out as soon as Fei Yongxing left, Lin Yi bro, who's Leng Leng? It wasn't just Ziyu, Ling Shan and the others were all concerned as well. As for Wu Qintian and the others, they were all looking left and right. From Lin Yi's tone, they knew that this was a new sis-in-law. She's someone from the Archaic Alliance that I met before. You'll meet her in the future, Lin Yi blushed. Seeing that Ziyu was about to ask, Qintian quickly changed the topic and helped Lin Yi out. He said that Axayanijia is an early phase Golden Core Master. What's your strength now, boss? Foundation Establishment Full Circle. This Yuanshan of mine is far from the level of my main body. I won't be able to level up for now, Lin Yi said. Doesn't that mean you can't compare to him? The group couldn't help but worry. Because of Lin Yi's influence, they knew their levels very well. Facing a Golden Core early phase as a Foundation Establishment Full Circle was a different level altogether. It's a bit difficult, but it's just a negotiation. We might not even start fighting. Plus, even if we do start fighting, we don't know who will win. Lin Yi smiled faintly. His Yuanshan's ability to challenge higher levels was a big weakness compared to his main body, but compared to others, it was already very impressive. If he really used all his skills, he might not lose to an early phase Golden Core practitioner. But Lin Yi was worried that there might be other hidden masters other than Axayanijia in the Archaic Alliance. That would be troublesome. He hoped that Fei Yongxing's information was true. After all, from a normal person's point of view, a golden core early phase master coming to the common world was already a big deal. People stronger than this wouldn't even bother to come. As Lin Yi and the group continued with the banquet, Fei Yongxing rushed to Shenangjia overnight and went straight to the meeting point, asking to see Xianyi Jia of the Green Cloud sect. He didn't have much hope in this. After all, when Yin Jiping and Sun Baimei were killed, Xianyi Jia didn't even show up. Instead, it was Xue Jianfeng who stood out. He was just a normal disciple of the Snow Sword sect, so he didn't have much confidence in meeting Xianyi Jia. But unexpectedly, the whole process went surprisingly smoothly. Fei Yongxing met Xianyi Jia very quickly. Chapter 5080. Yes, I was asked to bring a message to you, Martial Uncle Xian. Lin Yi, the president of the Secular World Cultivators Association, invites you to meet him at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Fei Yongxing said respectfully. The president of the Secular World Cultivators Association, Lin Yi? I've never heard of him before. Xianyi Jia shook his head, showing a lack of interest. Asking him, an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm from the Archaic Alliance, to meet a cultivator from the secular world sounded ridiculous. Did Lin Yi think too highly of himself? No, I believe you must have heard of him. He's the primordial spirit cultivator. Fei Yongxing thought for a while and told him everything that Lin Yi had done. Yin Jiping and Sun Baimei from the Bixia sect were killed by him. Xue Jianfeng, the eldest senior brother of the Snow Sword sect, had his elixir field destroyed. Yu Xingliang and the other 3 from the Qinkuan sect were also beaten up badly by him in the Snow Valley. What? He did all these? Xianyi Jia was shocked. In fact, he had heard about what happened in the Snow Valley from Yu Xingliang, but he didn't know who Lin Yi was. He didn't expect him to be the primordial spirit cultivator who had caused a stir. What's more, this guy had destroyed Xue Jianfeng's elixir field. Xianyi Jia's expression suddenly became solemn. Xue Jianfeng was known as the strongest expert in the Foundation establishment realm in the Archaic Alliance. If even his elixir field was destroyed, then this primordial spirit cultivator's strength must be at the peak of Foundation establishment realm, or at least the Gold Core realm. Yes, I'm telling the truth, Fei Yongxing promised. It's incredible that there's such an expert in the secular world. Xianyi Jia murmured to himself. Even he might not be able to deal with an expert of this level, so he had to be careful. As the person in charge of the training in the secular world, Xianyi Jia didn't mind letting the disciples of other sects get into trouble, but he couldn't control the situation if it got so big. Otherwise, not only would the disciples of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island be in trouble, but he would also be severely punished by the Elders Association of the Archaic Alliance. He couldn't afford the consequences. Do you know where he came from? Xianyi Jia asked. I don't know. I only know that he's a primordial spirit cultivator. Fei Yongxing shook his head. A primordial spirit cultivator. Xianyi Jia pondered for a moment and thought to himself, could this person be a powerful primordial spirit cultivator that was left in the secular world during the primordial times? Otherwise, I've never heard of any cultivators in the secular world reaching the state of Heaven Wei. As a result, he had successfully become the president of the Cultivator Association. Now that things had developed to this stage, he couldn't ignore it no matter what. Xianyi Jia immediately said, "Go and tell him that I agree to the meeting this time." The Supernatural Investigation Bureau, right? I'll go and meet this primordial spirit cultivator. Fei Xingyang was overjoyed. He didn't know what Xianyi Jia would do to him if he couldn't do what Xianyi Jia asked. He'd be in a lot of trouble if he took it out on him. Fortunately, Xianyi Jia took it seriously this time and agreed so quickly. After setting the time, Fei Yongxing returned to Donghai and told Lin Yi exactly what Xianyi Jia said. Of course, he did all sorts of things in secret and in the open. He was hoping that Lin Yi would let him go if he was happy. Very well, Ling Shan, let's go to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau now, Lin Yi nodded. Lin Yi bro, I want to go too. Ziyu said excitedly. Yeah, boss, let's go together. At least we'll be able to boost our reputation. Chen Tian and the others followed. Imposing. Lin Yi said as he looked at them, speechless. Do you guys think this is a normal gang negotiation? The boss is sitting together, and the lackeys are standing in a line behind him. Do you guys have to change into black suits and sunglasses? Yeah, right? Lin Yi was speechless. Haha, that's not impossible. I remember Zhong Pingliang now, Kong Xiaobo nodded. Screw you. Just stay here and take care of Meng Yao and the others for me. Ling Shan and I will go to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Lin Yi waved his hand, not sure if he should cry or laugh. But Pingliang's not bad. He's been working with me on Sky Class Island. The opponent was an early-phase Golden Core Master, after all. If things didn't work out and they ended up fighting, Lin Yi would be able to protect himself with his current strength. Taking care of one person was already his limit, and if everyone went with him, he'd be holding back. Ling Shan, on the other hand, was the vice director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Bringing her along was a matter of course, otherwise Lin Yi wouldn't even bring her along. After much persuasion, Lin Yi finally managed to convince the group to go with Ling Shan to the HQ. As for Fei Yongxing, he was left behind to guard the door. The guy was a Foundation establishment stage, after all, and Lin Yi didn't have to worry about him suddenly betraying them. His presence was a deterrent to the other Archaic Alliance disciples. Even if he wasn't as strong as the guy, he could at least stall for time. Lin Yi was still in the passenger seat, but the chauffeur was Ling Shan. He couldn't help but ask curiously as he watched the silly girl's lips curl up uncontrollably. Did something happen to your face? You're the one who's slapped. Ling Shan's face darkened, but her lips curled back up in the blink of an eye. She stuttered, it feels so good to have just you and me. Lin Yi jumped at the sight of Ling Shan closing her eyes. Don't close your eyes. You're still driving. Don't close your eyes. Ling Shan rolled her eyes at him, muttering, you're such an insensitive blockhead. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that Ling Shan wanted to spend some alone time with him, but it was a shame that he owed so many girlfriends. Even if he spent all his time with them, it wouldn't be possible for him to spend some alone time with them. It was a normal thing for normal girls, but for Ling Shan and the others, it was a luxury. Lin Yi owed them far too much. Lin Yi was filled with guilt, but Ling Shan didn't think much of it. To her, having some alone time in the car was enough. After all, in her eyes, Lin Yi was someone who was destined to shake the world. If Lin Yi were to be like the others, hanging around women all day, she wouldn't even be interested in him. The two arrived at the HQ, and it wasn't long before a white-bearded old man came to see them. Chapter 5081. This was very normal. He was a master in the early stage of Gold Core from the Archaic Alliance. If he still took these people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau seriously, then he really had to be on his guard. After all, they might have ulterior motives. But this almost indifferent attitude was not a bad thing for them. At least they could mind their own business. However, after seeing Lin Yi, the white-bearded old man's indifferent expression immediately disappeared and was replaced with a solemn expression. He could be considered to have a lot of experience. Although Lin Yi's aura was restrained and he didn't show it, he still exuded an unfathomable aura. Intuition told the white-bearded old man that this person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. I'm Axianijia, an elder of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island of the Archaic Alliance. I'm the person in charge of this experiential learning in the secular world. Are you Lin Yi? Axianijia asked seriously. Yes, please sit down. Lin Yi smiled politely. In fact, he felt quite strange at the moment. He was a genuine disciple of the North Island, but the other party actually called himself an elder of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. This kind of dislocation made him speechless. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Lin Yi exchanged a few words with the other party seriously. After all, he was a master in the early stage of Gold Core. In terms of strength, the other party actually had the upper hand. Moreover, the other party was backed by the Archaic Alliance. Even if Lin Yi did not shed all pretense of cordiality, he had to be polite to him. Otherwise, there would be nothing to talk about. Xaneg speculated that Lin Yi was a powerful primordial spirit from the Archaic era. At this time, seeing Lin Yi's extraordinary temperament, he naturally would not be too arrogant. Strength determined the right to speak. It was natural for him to ignore the low-strength cultivators in the secular world. But if he also ignored Lin Yi, then it could only mean that there was something wrong with his brain. Being able to become the person in charge of the training in the secular world, it was obvious that there was no problem with his brain. On the contrary, this person was a smooth and slick person. Otherwise, if he only relied on his strength to suppress them, so many ancient sects might not necessarily listen to him. President Lin, I'm here today to sort out the unpleasantness between the Archaic Alliance and the secular world. We need to find out who is right and who is wrong. Otherwise, if the hatred between the two sides deepens, it will not be a good thing for both the Archaic Alliance and the secular world. I believe President Lin agrees on this point. Xaneg went straight to the point. Of course, the secular world is our home. No one wants their home to be on fire. This time, I specially invited Elder Xan here to come here to clarify the matter. I hope that the Archaic Alliance can control the behavior of disciples in the future to avoid any friction. Lin Yi nodded. Alright, then let's talk about the Qinkuan sect. The one who injured Yu Jingliang and the other three was President Lin, right? Also, I heard that Xue Jianfang from the Snow Sword faction also had his Dantian destroyed by you. Xaneg confirmed. That's right. These two things are true. I didn't want to do anything to them, but they went too far and crossed the line. Naturally, they should suffer a little. Lin Yi nodded and said faintly, the secular world has its own rules. If the Archaic Alliance wants to pick disciples from the secular world, it's fine. As long as the cultivators themselves agree, we won't stop you. However, if you want to forcefully take them, then there's nothing more to say. I know a little about what happened in Shuegu. It was indeed the sect of Qinkuan that acted impulsively and turned a good thing into a bad thing. They have nothing to say about being beaten up. As for the matter of Xue Jianfeng, they went straight to Lin Yi. It's reasonable for Lin Yi to destroy his Dantian in a fit of rage. I have nothing to say about that. Xaneg admitted to the two things without hesitation. On the one hand, he was in the wrong, and on the other hand, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, it was not the people of his Green Cloud sect in the North Island who got hurt. The leading senior brothers of these sects were unreliable, so they could not blame others, let alone Xaneg. Elder Xan is indeed a reasonable man. Lin Yi was a little surprised. Xaneg nodded. He was relieved that Xaneg was so easygoing. He hated those who thought highly of themselves but refused to admit their mistakes. If they couldn't be reasoned with, they could only solve it with their fists. That was the last thing he wanted to see. However, regarding the matter of Yin Jiping and Sun Baimei from the evil warding sect, Lin Yi killed them without hesitation. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Xaneg's face darkened. He didn't care if the people from other sects were injured or disabled, but it was different when two people were killed. As the person in charge of the team, he would be punished by the Archaic Alliance if he didn't have a reasonable reason. I'm a primordial spirit cultivator. The two of them attacked me immediately. Elder Xan, you should know what they wanted to do, right? Since they wanted to devour me, I had to kill them out of self-defense. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Yi asked back. This. Xanejia was at a loss for words. Self-defense was justified no matter where it was. Even in the archaic underworld, there wouldn't be a different result. Since the two of them wanted to kill Lin Yi, they naturally had to be prepared to be killed by Lin Yi. Even if they died, it would be in vain. If Elder Axayan thinks that I deserve to be devoured by them, then I'm afraid there's no need for us to talk anymore. I'll make it clear first. No matter who wants to hurt me or the people around me, I will kill him without hesitation. Remember, no matter who it is, Lin Yi said in a tough tone. Xanejia took a deep look at him. At this moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable aura. It wasn't the kind of aura that could tell one's cultivation level, but he vaguely felt that the person in front of him was an unfathomable supermaster. Logically speaking, as a master in the early stage of Gold Core Realm, he was already invincible in the secular world. However, at this moment, his heart trembled instinctively. He felt that he was like a lowly ant in front of the person in front of him. His life and death were in the hands of the person in front of him, and he had no power to resist. How is this possible? Xanejia was stunned. He shook his head hard in disbelief. Although his intuition had always been very accurate, this sudden thought was too ridiculous. Not to mention in the secular world, even in the Archaic Alliance, a master in the early stage of Gold Core Realm like him was not a lowly existence. Although his strength was far inferior to those old monsters in the nascent Soul Realm, it was basically impossible for him to be easily killed like an ant. What did you say? Lin Yi's expression changed. He thought that the person in front of him was refuting him. If this went on, it would be impossible for them to come to an agreement. Although it was the last resort, he had no choice but to fight. Chapter 5082. Oh, it's nothing. Xanejia came back to his senses. He shook his head and said, "Don't be nervous, President Lin. In fact, I don't think it's wrong for you to kill Yin Jiping and Sun Bai Mei. It's unwise to destroy the good relationship between the Archaic Alliance and the secular world because of this." That's good. Thank you for your understanding, Elder Axian. Lin Yi and Ling Shan looked at each other and breathed out in relief. I'm just stating the facts, not trying to do you a favor, so you don't have to thank me. Xanejia said calmly. That moment was just an illusion, but it made him believe that Lin Yi had a powerful background, so he didn't want to make an enemy out of him. There was no need to make an enemy out of him over something so unimportant. Of course, there was another reason. Evil Warding Sect wasn't considered strong in Archaic Alliance, and they had always been weird and unreasonable. They weren't very popular in Archaic Alliance, and they made enemies everywhere. Naturally, he wouldn't stand up for two dead people from Evil Warding Sect, but if it were a mainstream sect like Snow Sword School, his attitude might change. With Elder Axian's status, it's already a blessing for the common world to be able to be impartial and talk about the facts. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be easy, Lin Yi smiled faintly. From the beginning until now, Xanejia had accepted almost everything Lin Yi said. Although it was true, it was rare for an early-stage Golden Core expert of the Archaic Alliance to listen to him calmly. Lin Yi's impression of Xanejia had improved a lot. Xanejia's attitude towards Lin Yi improved a lot. You're being too polite, President Lin. In fact, the Archaic Alliance has always been separated from the secular world. It's just that the two worlds are separated from each other. It can be said that we share the same origin, so we've never had any hostile thoughts towards the secular world. Instead of saying that this trip to the secular world is an experience for the disciples of each sect, it's more like a homecoming, said Xanejia with the intention of building a closer relationship. Since that's the case, I hope Elder Axian can restrain the disciples of the Archaic Alliance so that they don't cause trouble again and again. Lin Yi sternly said. To be honest with you, President Lin, we, the Archaic Alliance, have already made it clear that no disciple is allowed to destroy the order of the secular world. The reason for these conflicts is just because of the difference in background between the two parties. There's no malice at all, Xanega evaded. The difference in background is understandable, but there is also an old saying that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Just now, Elder Axion also said that you are returning home, so you should abide by the rules of the secular world, right? Lin Yi said lightly. Speaking of when in Rome, do as the Romans do, I have a question. I hope you can enlighten me. Xanega suddenly changed the topic. Oh. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Chairman Lin is from the secular world, right? Xanega asked. Of course. Lin Yi nodded. Although he had stayed on the Heaven Stage Island for 3 years, he was born and raised in the secular world after all. He was a native of the secular world. Since you're from the secular world, you should have existed for a long time since you're only at the primordial soul realm. Could it be that you're a powerful primordial soul realm cultivator from the primordial age? Xanega asked. The real reason why he came today and behaved so nicely was that he guessed that Lin Yi was a powerful figure from the primordial age. That was why he dared not provoke him. Lin Yi took a deep look at Xanega's expression and nodded. That's right. Originally, I wouldn't reveal my background to anyone. However, since you've asked about it, I don't mind telling you since we have a close relationship. A close relationship? Xanega was taken aback. Even if Lin Yi was a powerful figure from the primordial age, where did the word close relationship come from? Lin Yi gave Ling Shan a look, signaling her to close the door. Ling Shan smirked. She knew that Lin Yi was lying when she saw his expression. She stood up and closed the door. She even stayed outside on purpose. She was afraid that she would expose herself if she didn't keep a straight face. Today's matter is between my mouth and your ears. No one else can know about it. Do you understand? Lin Yi said solemnly. Ha! Xanega was even more stunned. Lin Yi's tone was that of a normal practitioner from the secular world. Now, he was acting like a senior. Thinking back to the inexplicable fear he felt earlier, could it be that this primordial soul had a special relationship with him? Xanega, you're a junior. Your sect's ancestor is here. Why aren't you greeting him? Lin Yi scolded suddenly. What? Xanega was stunned. What the hell? Sect's ancestor. I'm from the primordial North Island's Blue Cloud sect. Speaking of which, you're from the same sect as me. I didn't want to reveal this relationship before, but now that I've revealed it, shouldn't you greet him? Lin Yi humphed coldly. Although he had said this on the spur of the moment, it wasn't necessarily empty words. Just from the names of the sects, he could roughly determine that the Archaic Alliance's 3 great gates of the Northern Island and the Heavenly Island's 3 great pavilions of the Northern Island were inextricably linked. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the strange names of the 2 sections. Although it was risky for him to do so, he was quite confident. If he didn't guess it wrong, he, the disciple of the Heavenly Island's Blue Cloud Pavilion, and the Archaic Alliance's Blue Cloud sect's North Island's Blue Cloud sect's disciple were from the same sect. In the cultivation world, seniority had always been determined by strength. Xanega was just a disciple in the early stage of Gold Core. In front of him, a master in the early stage of Mystic class, he was naturally a junior. What he said was true. However, Xanega didn't believe what Lin Yi said. He thought that Lin Yi might be a genuine primordial soul, but it was too ridiculous to say that he was the ancestor of the Blue Cloud sect's North Island's Blue Cloud sect. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? President Lin, you don't have to treat me like a 3-year-old kid, do you? Xanega sneered. He was from the Blue Cloud sect's North Island, so he said that he was the ancestor of the Blue Cloud sect's North Island's Blue Cloud sect. If he was from the Snow Sword faction, this guy would probably be the ancestor of the Snow Sword faction. It was just taking advantage of the situation. Who didn't know that? The Blue Cloud sect's North Island's cultivation method is Blue Cloud Calming Spell, Lin Yi said lightly. Chapter 5083. To be a man of Blue Cloud, I have 3 signs and 6 orifices. Lin Yi said word by word in a calm tone. This was the basic mantra that Meng Juiguang taught them when they first entered the Welcome Pavilion. Every disciple of the Blue Cloud Pavilion had a copy, but most of them just looked at it. Very few of them put in the effort to practice it. After all, it was not a profound cultivation method. Lin Yi, of course, wasn't going to waste his time on this, but he'd done some research on it before, and he had a photographic memory too, so he was able to memorize it easily. Initially, Xanejia had a disdainful look on his face. However, his expression changed when he heard the original version of the Green Cloud Calming Spell. However, he did not believe it. Although outsiders usually only knew the name of the Green Cloud Calming Spell, very few of them knew the specific mantra. However, there were always exceptions. There were so many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. It was not strange for someone to accidentally leak the Green Cloud Calming Spell. If someone could pretend to be a senior of the sect just by reciting a few mantra, Xanejia would be a fool. You don't have to lie to yourself anymore. Xanejia was about to stop Lin Yi, but he was stunned. The Green Cloud Calming Spell that Lin Yi recited seemed to be slightly different from what he knew. Although 99% of it was the same, there were a few minor but crucial changes. Xanejia relied on the spell of Clear Cloud Heart Calming to reach his current level of strength. He knew everything about the spell of Clear Cloud Heart Calming. If it was someone else, they might laugh at Lin Yi for being an unprofessional liar who could not even recite the incantation correctly. However, Xanejia knew that Lin Yi was reciting the real spell of Clear Cloud Heart Calming. No wonder I felt something was wrong when I was practicing. It turns out that the mantra is wrong. It's obviously smoother after the changes. Xanejia could not help but murmur. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was still reciting. Xanejia was shocked again as he listened. What? There's more. There's a mantra for the Gold Core realm. The Green Cloud Calming Spell only had 353 words. Theoretically, it could only be used to the full completion of Foundation establishment. In other words, disciples like him who had cultivated to the early stage of the Gold Core realm had to change to a higher level. However, the length of Lin Yi's recitation was already more than 500 words. The rest was the mantra for the Gold Core realm. It wouldn't mean anything if he just memorized the Clear Cloud Heart Calming mantra word for word, but now, not only did he memorize the original version, he even had the mantra for the Golden Core stage. This wasn't something that an outsider could do. There was only one explanation. Lin Yi was indeed a disciple of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. Moreover, he was much older than Xanejia, so he knew the original version of the Green Cloud Calming Spell. As for the ready-made Green Cloud Calming Spell of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island, it was just an incomplete version left behind after the turmoil of the sect. After Lin Yi had recited more than 800 words of the Green Cloud Calming Spell, Xanejia finally did not hesitate anymore. He knelt down on the spot and saluted in fear and trepidation. So you're really the ancestor of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. I was blind to have offended you. Please punish me, Grand Uncle Master. It's nothing. Ignorance is not a crime. Get up. Lin Yi waved his hand faintly, but let out a sigh of relief inwardly. It was fortunate that he hadn't gambled wrongly. The art of calming heart that hadn't been of much use before was now of great use. Having a good memory really did have a lot of benefits. Yes, thank you, Grand Uncle Master. Xanegi immediately got up respectfully. His expression when looking at Lin Yi was no longer as superior as before. Instead, his attitude was extremely humble. The rules of the 3 sects in the North Island were strict. The person in front of him was a real ancestor senior who had mastered the original version of the green cloud calming spell. He might even know more mental cultivation methods that had been lost. He was a living treasure to the entire green cloud sect in the North Island. Xanegi had no choice but to be respectful. Looking at Xanegi's attitude, Lin Yi suddenly felt that his risk this time was too wise. Although failure would definitely cause Xanegi's hostility, high risk also meant high reward. Now that he had become Xanegi's granduncle master, the problem between the secular world and the archaic alliance would naturally be solved. Not only that, Xanegi's reaction also confirmed all of Lin Yi's previous speculations. At least one thing was confirmed, that the Green Cloud sect in the North Island of the Archaic Alliance and the Blue Cloud Pavilion in the North Island of the Heavenly Stage Island were indeed of the same origin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to share the Green Cloud calming spell, which was an iconic mental cultivation method. Similarly, the Soaring sect and the Xuanji sect in the North Island were probably in the same situation. Lin Yi privately speculated that there should be 2 possibilities. Maybe the people who founded the 3 sects in the North Island of the Archaic Alliance actually came from the 3 pavilions in the North Island of the Heavenly Stage Island. That was why the names and mental cultivation methods of the 3 sects were exactly the same. Of course, the reverse was not completely impossible, but judging from the disparity in strength between the 2 sects, the possibility was really very small. It was impossible to say that a group of people came from the 3 sects in the North Island of the Archaic Alliance, ran to the Heavenly Stage Island, and suddenly increased their strength and brought the 3 pavilions to greater heights, right? However, the 2 together could only be regarded as the same possibility. Lin Yi had another more daring speculation in his mind. Perhaps in the distant Archaic era, the Heavenly Stage Island and the Archaic Small Underworld were originally the same place. Then one day, due to a sudden change, the place was split into 2 isolated planes. One of them was called the Heavenly Stage Island, and the other was called the Archaic Small Underworld. The sects in these 2 places were of the same origin, and should have been about the same level. However, because the spiritual chi in the Archaic Small Underworld was far inferior to that of the Heavenly Stage Island, it gradually declined. Day after day, year after year, it formed the current situation. Both of these possibilities existed, but Lin Yi was more inclined to the latter because if the ancestors of the Archaic Alliance came from the Heavenly Stage Island, they would inevitably leave behind clear records about the Heavenly Stage Island. Now that the Heavenly Stage Island was considered to be nothing more than a rumor in the Archaic Small Underworld, it could be seen that this possibility was not high. However, the second possibility was more likely to explain all of this. After the 2 sects split, they did not know the specific situation of the other side, and they might even think that the other side had already been destroyed. As time passed, naturally no one would mention it, and there would not be any clear records left, which led to the current situation. Chapter 5084. Yeah, although I'm from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, I've been in the secular world for so many years. I don't want to meddle in other people's business anymore. Now that I've revealed my identity to you, I have to ask about the current situation of the Archaic Alliance. Tell me the general situation. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to ask. Yes. Xanegi was not surprised. He thought that since Lin Yi was the ancestral master of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, he should go back to the Blue Cloud sect to have a look after his identity was revealed. Of course, he had to learn more about the Archaic Alliance. He asked, "What do you want to know?" "Just tell me about the current power structure of the Archaic Alliance." Lin Yi said faintly. This was the most basic and important information. Only by understanding it in detail could he have a clear idea of the real strength of the Archaic Alliance. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would provide a reference for future countermeasures. Alright. All the forces in the primordial underworld are divided into two types, the sects and the clans. Among all the sects and clans, the top 4 sects and clans are followed by the top 10 sects and clans, followed by some ordinary cultivation sects and clans, Axayanija explained. Oh. How do you differentiate the 4 major sects and families, the 10 small sects and families, and ordinary sects and families? Lin Yi asked carefully. Of course it's based on the strength of each sect and family. In addition to the basic number of disciples and strength, the most important criterion is the number of top masters in each sect and family. To put it bluntly, it's actually the number of nascent soul realm old monsters. Xanejia continued. Tell me more. This was the question that Lin Yi was most concerned about. It seemed that the most powerful people in the Archaic Alliance were in the nascent soul realm. However, he had to hear more about the exact number. Each of the 4 most powerful sects and families has at least 3 old monsters in the nascent soul realm, while the next 10 small sects and families have more or less 1 or 2 old monsters in the nascent soul realm. Just like our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, we have 1 old monster in the nascent soul realm, who is the Grand Supreme Elder who is currently in closed-door training. That's why we can be one of the 10 small sects and families. If we don't have old monsters in the nascent soul realm, we can only be ordinary sects and families, Xanejia said. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel shocked. Since the disciples of the Archaic Alliance who came to the secular world were only at the foundation establishment stage, and even Xanejia, who was responsible for leading the team, was only at the early stage of Gold Core, he thought that even if there were nascent soul old monsters in the Archaic Alliance, there would be very few of them. However, according to what Xanejia said, there were at least 20 to 30 old monsters in the Archaic Alliance. This number was incomparable to the Heaven Stage Island, which was full of experts. However, it was much better than what Lin Yi had imagined. According to what Xanejia said, the Archaic Alliance should not be underestimated. 2 years ago, old monsters in the nascent soul realm were people that Lin Yi had to look up to. Even on the Heaven Stage Island, they could become the elders of a sect. He didn't expect that there were so many of them in the Archaic Alliance. Blue Cloud sect is one of the 10 small sects and families. How are Rising Sky sect and Xuanji sect doing now? Lin Yi asked. Rising Sky sect has 2 old monsters in the nascent soul realm, which is also one of the 10 small sects and families. As for Xuanji sect, it hasn't been doing well in the past 2 years. The original old monster in the nascent soul realm is missing, so it was removed from the 10 small sects and families. Now, it can only be regarded as an ordinary sect. Xanejia sighed. The 3 sects of the North Island were like brothers. Although there were all kinds of open and secret fights between them, they were always united against outsiders. Although they could only be ranked as one of the 10 small sects and families, if the 3 sects of the North Island were put together, even the most powerful 4 sects and families would not dare to underestimate them. Now that Xuanji's sect had declined, it was inevitable that they would feel interdependent. By the way, there's a question I wanted to ask just now. Why did you add the North Island before the 3 sects? Is there another island in the Archaic Underworld? Lin Yi asked thoughtfully. Oh, there's a question I wanted to ask just now. Why did you add the North Island before the 3 sects? Is there another island in the Archaic Underworld? Lin Yi asked thoughtfully. Xanejia suddenly became suspicious. However, since Lin Yi had just recited the entire original version of the Green Cloud calming technique to him, he did not suspect that Lin Yi was a liar again. He just felt that Lin Yi's question was strange. No, at least during my time, it was only called Blue Cloud Sect, but I wouldn't add the North Island in front of it. Lin Yi made up a story in a serious manner. He was sure that Xanejia did not know much about the Archaic era. After all, it was hard to verify this kind of thing, unless he could find the real seniors of the sect who survived from the archaic era and confront them face to face. Even then, Lin Yi could make up a story without thinking. No one would really care about this kind of thing that had nothing to do with core interests. Well, Xanejie was stumped by the question as expected. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I'm already an elder in the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, I really don't know much about these things. I only know that I've been called the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island since I was young. But it's normal. After all, geographically speaking, the three sects are located in the north of the archaic underworld. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the North Island across the lake. Besides, the three sects of the North Island also belong to the Cultivation North Alliance. The Cultivation North Alliance. Lin Yi was stunned. Yes, the Archaic Alliance is just a unified name. In fact, it's made up of 5 top forces. They are divided into East, West, South, North, and Central. The 3 sects of the North Island and some other sects and families belong to the Cultivation North Island Alliance, also known as the Cultivation North Alliance. Meanwhile, the Snow Sword faction and the Thousand Blades faction belong to the Cultivation Central Alliance. The Qinkuan sect and the Evil Warding sect belong to the Cultivation South Alliance. There's also the Cultivation Ocean Alliance and the Cultivation West Alliance, Xanejie explained. Lin Yi was completely speechless. Wasn't this just a copy of the 5 major islands of Heaven stage? Other than some differences in details, the overall layout was almost the same. Now, he was even more convinced of his bold conjecture that the Heaven stage island and the archaic underworld came from the same mother's womb. Grand Master, the strength of the Grand Five Alliance is determined by the strength of the sects and families under its jurisdiction. Other than that, the Grand Five Alliance also has exclusive forces. But I don't know much about them. Only by joining the Elders of the Alliance can I get hold of these core secrets. My current level is far from enough, Xanejie said embarrassedly. Chapter 5085. The only reason he was able to become the person in charge of the training in the mortal world was because the people from the Archaic Alliance had their eyes on the top of their heads. They simply didn't place the mortal world in their eyes. If it really was a lucrative job, it wouldn't have fallen to him even in 10,000 years. All right, I got it. Lin Yi nodded. Being able to learn so much from Xanejie was already a pleasant surprise. He only wanted to get a rough idea of the Archaic Alliance's strength. As for the deeper secrets, he didn't need to dig into them as it was useless at the moment. That's all I know about the power structure of the archaic underworld. I wonder if there's anything else you want to know. Xanejie asked respectfully. Not at the moment. I'll look for you in the future. Lin Yi waved his hand and went back to the topic. Let's talk about the secular world today. It's understandable that the Archaic Alliance wants to recruit new disciples with sufficient qualifications, but don't look for people blindly. If we make things clear, I believe many cultivators in the secular world will want to go. There's no need to make the relationship so tense as it will only backfire. Low-level cultivators always yearn for higher levels. This was common sense. Back then, Heavenly Stage Island had only sent Southern Aurora Polaris as a symbolic guide, but everyone still wanted to go in. Now, it was the same logic in the Archaic Alliance. It was just that Xue Jianfeng, Yuzheng Liang, and the others were too overbearing and unyielding. They didn't treat the cultivators of the secular world as humans, so naturally, no one was willing to follow them. You're right, Grand Master. I didn't expect the sects to act so recklessly. I've repeatedly ordered not to disturb the order of the secular world, but it still turned out to be like this. I'll go back and make an appearance. I'll gather all the training disciples and forbid them from messing around in the secular world, Xanejie said sincerely. All right, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi nodded, thinking that the identity of Grandmaster was indeed different. Although Axayanigia was easy to talk to, he would not agree to this kind of thing immediately. He would definitely use all sorts of excuses. It was worth it that a mere jade cloud calming technique could be so useful. I'll take my leave now. I'll pay my respects to Grandmaster another day. Axayanigia stood up and said. Take care, I won't be sending you off. Lin Yi smiled and personally escorted Axayanigia out of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Looking at Axayanigia's receding figure, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Today's ordeal was finally over. What do you think? Did you deceive that person? Ling Shan said with a smile. She could tell from Lin Yi and Axayanigia's expressions that today's negotiation was going to be a success. How could it be a lie? I'm just stating the facts and reasoning with him, okay? Lin Yi curled his lips. Really? Ling Shan's face was full of disbelief. Axayanigia looked easier to talk to than Shui Jianfeng, but the superiority of the Archaic Alliance was ingrained in their bones. She didn't believe that Axayanigia would be able to convince them so easily. Of course it's true. If it was someone else telling him this, it might be useless, but I'm his martial granduncle. If he doesn't listen to me, wouldn't that be disgraceful? Lin Yi asked with a smile. You're his master. Ling Shan's jaw almost dropped to the floor. Unbelievable. I don't really believe it myself, but he's willing to believe it. There's nothing I can do about it. Since he's so sincere, I'll just take the loss. It's all for the common world, after all, Lin Yi said with a, who's going to hell if I don't go to hell, face. Ha 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 ha. Ling Shan almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw that funny face of his. She tricked him into becoming his master's master, and he still felt like he was taking the loss. Then what about this grand disciple of hers? Did he take advantage of her? You're a girl, after all. Do you have to be that carefree in public? I can see you eating breakfast, Lin Yi said with a smile as he looked at Ling Shan's laughing face. Ah! Ling Shan jumped in fright and covered her mouth, only reacting when she saw Lin Yi's weird smile. She punched him, blushing as she lowered her head. If you don't like it, then I won't smile like this. Don't, I'm not used to a dumb girl like you smiling without showing your teeth. It's good to be carefree, you're cute when you're heartless, Lin Yi said. Who's heartless? Ling Shan grumbled, but her face was still filled with happiness. Evidently, she was overjoyed at the last 4 words. Alright, let's get down to business. Send a summons to all the sects and families in the common world, we need to gather all of them. Axayanigia's done talking with him, but we don't know how far he'll be able to keep the Archaic Alliance disciples in check. We need to prepare ourselves, Lin Yi said seriously. Alright, should we notify the ancient sects? Ling Shan hesitated. The Bureau's jurisdiction was limited to the common world and the hidden world, they didn't have much control over the ancient sections. At most, they could just send a message if something happened, but they might not necessarily give them face. Of course, use my name to notify them. We'll use this chance to re-establish the Bureau's position in the common world. Lin Yi nodded. If it weren't for this incident, the ancient sects might not have been willing to cooperate with the Bureau, and Lin Yi might not even have been able to summon them. But now that they'd all lost to the Archaic Alliance, only Lin Yi could stand up for them. They had to come even if they didn't want to. As expected, all the ancient sects, ancient, hidden, and common worlds gathered when the Bureau sent out the summons on behalf of Lin Yi. They all accepted Lin Yi wholeheartedly, saying that they would only listen to the Cultivators' Union. Lin Yi's strength was already outstanding even before he went to Sky Class Island, and now he was so strong that they couldn't even look up to him. There was also the Archaic Alliance eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. No one in charge of an area was an idiot, and they naturally knew what to choose. If they didn't hug Lin Yi's thigh tightly now, they'd be waiting for their names to be removed. You're really resourceful. I wouldn't even dare think about reporting to the Occult Investigation Department if it was before, but I'm actually so obedient this time. Ling Shan covered her mouth and smiled as she looked at the group of people trying to get to know each other. Times have changed, a wise man submits to circumstances. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Chapter 5086. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Just let him go. After all, I've already talked to Axayanijia. It's meaningless to detain him like this. Besides, I have to take care of his food and water. I don't want to cause trouble for your bureau, Lin Yi said casually. Deep in the mountain gate of Shenangjia, the first thing Axayanijia did after returning was to report to the Archaic Alliance. Although he verbally promised Lin Yi to mediate, this kind of thing was not something he could decide alone. He had to ask for permission from the higher-ups. Otherwise, it would be unjustifiable, and the disciples of the archaic sects might not listen to him. Besides, for Axayanijia, there was another more important thing, which was to report about Lin Yi to the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. This time, they met a senior ancestor in the secular world, which was a big deal for the entire Green Cloud sect of the North Island. In particular, Lin Yi could completely recite the original version of the Green Cloud Calming Manual. This was of great significance to the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, which lacked foundation after the turmoil. If Lin Yi also remembered other advanced mantras, the value would be even more immeasurable. For such a big thing, the best way to report it was, of course, to face. Now that the archaic passage was opened, this condition was met, but Axayanijia did not have the courage to do so. It was not that he did not want to, but he had limited spiritual jades. After all, it cost a lot of spiritual jades to send a person in, which was extremely rare in the small jianghu of the archaic sect. Even Axayanijia, an elder of the sect, could barely get a few pieces. It would be a waste to use them just for reporting. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to only send 2 letters in, one to the Archaic Alliance and one to the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. In this way, only a small piece of spiritual jades would be needed. One day later, the Archaic Alliance sent a reply. In principle, they agreed with Axayanijia's proposal. After all, for them, as long as they could successfully recruit outstanding disciples, they had no intention to be enemies with the secular world. Therefore, what Axayanijia did was just in line with their requirements. On the contrary, if the disciples were allowed to do whatever they wanted, things would inevitably get out of control, and even the entire Archaic Alliance would be enraged. As for the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, there was no reply yet. For one thing, the North Island was far away from the archaic passage. For another, such a big thing needed to discuss for a long time, so there would not be a result in a short time. With the approval of the Archaic Alliance, Axayanijia immediately issued a summons to the senior brothers who stayed behind at the mountain gate, ordering them to summon their disciples back to Shenangjia. Although these senior brothers were doubtful, they chose to follow the order after seeing the alliance's approval in Axayanijia's hand. A few days later, the disciples who were scattered all over the secular world returned to Shenangjia one after another. Just like the beginning of the trial, they all gathered in the open space on the square, waiting for Axayanijia's instructions. Disciples who are in the trial, I believe you all have heard about what happened recently. Some sects tried to recruit disciples ahead of others, but their actions were extremely inappropriate, which seriously damaged the image and reputation of the Archaic Alliance. Therefore, the Archaic Alliance has decided that from now on, all the disciples who are in the trial are not allowed to act recklessly. They must live in peace with the cultivation forces in the secular world, and no coercion is allowed. Violators will be severely punished. Axayanijia announced loudly. Everyone could not help but look at each other. In fact, in addition to the Snow Sword sect and the Chinquan sect, many other archaic sects had been going overboard recently. In their eyes, it was just a matter of course. After all, they were the masters of the Foundation establishment realm from the Archaic Alliance. They did not need to be polite to these cultivators who were like ants in the secular world. According to Egia's words, if a group of masters of the Foundation establishment realm wanted to do something, they could not force them with their strength. They could only discuss with a group of lowly cultivators in the secular world in a friendly manner. Wasn't this a joke? Impossible. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw it was Shui Jianfeng, who had just returned from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. What did you say? Egia's face turned gloomy. He was the person in charge of this trial in the secular world, and he even received the approval of the Archaic Alliance. How dare this Shui Jianfeng question the decision of the Archaic Alliance? Was he trying to rebel? Everyone from the other sects looked like they were watching a good show. Although they were a little dissatisfied with what Shui Jianfeng said, they would at most complain in private. They would never dare to question Egia to his face. After all, he was the martial uncle appointed by the Archaic Alliance to lead the team. They did not expect Shui Jianfeng to be so daring. I said it's impossible. Shui Jianfeng walked in front of everyone with a cold expression. Previously, he gave off a feeling that he was a high and mighty heavenly genius. However, after his dantian was crippled, his entire temperament changed, turning into a venomous snake that caused people to tremble in fear. This is the decision of the Archaic Alliance. How dare you defy it in public? Who gave you the guts? Egia said in an unfriendly tone. He also knew that the other sects might not really take him seriously as the martial uncle, but at least his authority was unquestionable. If he allowed Shui Jianfeng to contradict him in public, he would not be able to lead the team anymore. I didn't say I'm going to defy the decision of the Archaic Alliance. It's fine if you want to live in peace with the secular world. However, there's someone I will never let go of. He's the one who caused me to become like this. I'm irreconcilable with him. Shui Jianfeng said while gnashing his teeth. Now that his dantian was destroyed, he was completely a useless person. Normally, he would have to live with his tail between his legs. He would not dare to be as arrogant as he was now. After all, even if he used to be the big brother of Snow Sword faction, he was just a useless person without any strength. He was useless to the sect now. He could only be abandoned by the sect like Wei Xinjin. However, Shui Jianfeng was different. He was the only son of the vice leader of Snow Sword faction. Even if he lost his strength, he still had a powerful background. Moreover, although his dantian and meridians were destroyed, he could still recover as long as he could get a grade 5 recover pill. Therefore, he had the confidence and capital to be arrogant. He did not care about the others, but Lin Yi had to die no matter what. Everyone was confused. They only knew that Shui Jianfeng suffered a great loss and his dantian was destroyed. However, they did not know who dared to do such a thing. There were only two people who knew about it. One was Fei Yangli, and the other was Egia.